I'm on the road again. You know in Shrek when he's like, I'm gonna get all of you off of my swamp. Get out of me swamp. And then he's like, I'm gonna get you all of your places again. And then they'll start cheering. That scene has always been ingrained in my mind because of the singing that Donkey does. We're on the road again. And then the scene after when he gets really sad, it's like we're on the road again. I don't know why that popped up for me. But that's basically what it feels like playing Road Warden. I don't know if that at all was a good intro to this game. But yeah, that's what we're doing. We're gonna play Roadwarden. We're on the road again, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. There's apparently a new quote every time because I've never seen this quote before. Fogs carry magical pneuma. They enhance spellcasters' talents, but also awake any human corpse they touch. They're rare in spring and common during fall. That's an interesting hint, but it also we already knew that from reading about the fog that is around us. Now, I also love this game. I feel like I see. I don't stream for you. Well, I do stream for you. I try to put in a good show if I can, right? As best as I can. But I stream for me too, right? Because again, I think it's important to play a game that I like so that you enjoy it as well. Was that the right save? Let's see. Sorry, just make sure. 1955. Holy shit. And I forgot how much of a banger the music is. It's so good. It's actually so good. So, last night when we were here, if you didn't watch the VOD, god damn it, just watch the VOD. It's way easier than me explaining it. But we basically got the mission to find the previous Roadwarden who disappeared. We split off, left west of the fork in the road. We ended up at an inn. We tried to earn their trust. All we could do was collect berries, and we were able to rest here for a tiny bit. But now we have to move on. Got my armor fixed. I have knowledge. I won in a dice game. I doubled my money. I literally all or nothing. Okay, but there's nothing left I could do. And I've done everything that I can, and they don't trust me enough to let me do more. However, he would trust me if I could find more about Glacia's band, a band of warriors who they want to have and who they're willing to get on the side of to get rid of the local banditry around here. The problem is, I have no clue where they are. We have to travel. We have many places where we can go. We learned about 3 different settlements as well, all pagan settlements. And paganry not necessarily being evil, but it has a connotation of evil because it is decreed unholy by the Church of the United, who for some reason call their people the Unites. Instead of the United, they call their people the Unites. It's quite possibly the worst name I've ever heard in my entire life. The Unites. Imagine, okay? You know that meme of that person in the meeting and then they toss him out the window after, right? Everyone's like, all right, team, what should we call ourselves? And then one person's like, the Zealots, and the other person's like, the Unites. And then the guy saying now is like, well, we're the Church of the United. Well, why don't we just call ourselves the United? I think he has stolen out the window and the second person wins. Basically, a long-winded way of saying that name sucks. So, this inn is a great place. And we have a time limit though. We have 10 hours before dusk. We need to make the most of our time because we only have 39 days left. We need to go west. Further west to see what is going on. Because we need to find Glacia's band. We need to gain their trust so that we can go east safely. The road uphill meanders, slowing you down and forcing you to pay close attention, not only to the shadows of the trees, but also to the tight, rocky passages. You can't help but notice a few caves and fine ambush spots. Yeah, keep an eye out for any sign of life. Wait, how long does it take to keep an eye out? 1 hour. Wait, a ruined village. Standing in front of the gate, you hear no voices. No tools at work, no steps. Dozens of birds live among the collapsed roofs. They're fluttering, singing and squawking as free of worries. If you want to travel any further, you need to ride around the palisade. Searching the ruins may take a lot of time. The broken gate in the north will lead you to the village. The sound of a gentle river reaches you from the east, where you see a saggy fence surrounding an overgrown pasture. Behind the burnt building in the east, you see an oddly barren field. That's weird. That's incredibly weird. Why would there be a ruined village here? Oh, what the? Yeah, see, I've arrived at the ruins of a village that used to be set at the southern road. Maybe important to figure out what happened here and if it can ever be re-inhabited. Right, because one of my main missions is explore the peninsula so that the Hovlevin can eventually turn the entire place into like a bustling county of sorts. So I think it's very important for us to see if we can rebuild this village, right? To build a village from scratch would take too much time. If they were here once before, they can be here once again. But we also need to understand what actually killed all of them. It'd be bad if we send the peasantry over here to form a new village only to lose them once again. I'm but one Roadwarden, and the soldiers barely survived fighting bandits, from 8 till 2. Though it may take us time, I think it's worth it. We have days, and we have time. We need to discover what's going on. We have 3 options, and I choose to approach the building near the field. The broken logs and planks are charred, while the wooden walls are rotten and covered in moss. You see no ashes or dust, proving that the fire happened long ago. The smell is awful. There are no reasons to stay for long. You see no furniture, just some broken shelves. It's just a storage room. Valuable odds and ends were already taken by the scavengers. I take a closer look at the gate. The palisade is in good shape. The entrance wasn't even touched by the fire. It was thrown away, possibly thrown. The amount of used force must have been huge, but you'd expect that it would push the gate into the village, not away from it. You don't see any marks of a dragon bite. A troll could toss such planks, but after so many years, you see no paw prints. A mage? Can't really tell. Let's move forward. Where do I want to go? I need to inspect this place fully. I know it's going to take time, but it's important to understand what's happening here. Again, we're going Iron Man. Any decision to make? Whatever happens, okay? We're going to stick with our decisions. Even if it has dire consequences for the things around us and even for ourselves. The only time we'll change our decisions is if it ends the run, because we must at least finish the game. My inspector field's in the southwest. You're surrounded by what looks like a field plowed in late autumn, disturbed by hundreds of rains and snowfalls. There's a few clumps of grass and wheat, but a place like this one, better for years, should have already turned itself into a green lay. A barren field. It was overused, but you'd still expect the weeds to sprout. The curse? The path leading west from here ends at the edge of the field, shifting into a meadow, then a forest. In the north, you see a path leading around the palisade. I've not a way to investigate. Why? If I've not a way to investigate, that means that I'm missing a tool of some kind. My knowledge is useless here. Wait, you feel a slight aching in your stomach. Where do you want to go? I inspect the pasture in the southeast. You don't find a single sign of the livestock that lived here in the past. Any bones, horns, or antlers or dung have already been devoured by the wilderness. The pasture ends at the river. On the opposite bank, the meadow churns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. What are the chances that a herd of defenseless animals could get there and survive? The breach in the southern fence wasn't made by some brute force. You find axe cuts in the spots where it ultimately broken away. With all these years, there are no tracks that you could follow. I returned to the main road. Why did I feel a slight aching in my stomach? Something's wrong here, and that took 15 minutes. We explored the southwest again. Oh, the buildings. The buildings, some of which have collapsed, are made of wood, now charred and rotten. You spot claw marks on the walls, especially close to the doors and window frames. They belong to a dragonling or a large wolf, larger than the grey ones, or a corpse eater. There's too many options to make a guess. And yet, strangely, no beast remains in sight. You find the remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends. Only one object seems to be of use. A basket-like fish trap made of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims to it, it won't be able to get out on its own. It's quite large, but I can fit it on my saddle. Yes! Where's this fish trap? Fish trap. Oh, nice. A basket made of vines and willow branches. If a large fish swims into it, it won't be able to get out on its own. The basket-like tool meant to be kept in the shallow fresh water. Fish enter it from time to time, seeking shelter, or getting lured by a set bait. The basket's lid has a single funnel-shaped hole, which resizes when the creature tries to squeeze through it, then returns to its original position, prisoning the prey. In an ideal situation, fish catch themselves on their own, while the hunter takes care of other chores. Still, binding a fine trap may take even half a day, depending on size, shape, and used materials. And they're anything but permanent. They tend to rot, and are often destroyed or robbed by the local wildlife, tempted by the easy reward. Because of this, they're usually seen as a source of additional luxury rather than the main source of food. I have many things to check out then. Let's inspect the palisade. The tracks of human footwear and many, many more ape footprints. Oh no, it's the apes that do their screams. It must be. Cover the path formed around the palisade's breach. As far as you can tell, the freshest footprints lead to the village. The wooden stakes spread on the ground are rotten, covered in mushrooms, small flowers, insects, and worms. A good source of animal or goblin food, though you'd expect them to also hunt for the birds and eggs. The meadow to the west turns into a forest quickly. The grasses in the north surround dozens of tree stumps, already covered with moss and fungi. Going south, you will reach a large field, though you don't see any crops. I shouldn't enter the forest, especially not in this area. It's unpredictable. I'm still a bit hungry. I'm assuming because I just get hungry over time. So that was the clearing, right? I returned to the barren fields in the southwest. Let's inspect the clearing in the west. The meadow is lush and colorful, and it's so dense it's unsafe for a rider. For a couple of minutes, you lead Yogi with a rope, my horse, Yogi, avoiding the potential disaster in case of a hoof falling into an animal den. Being forced to travel around the palisade every time you get here is going to be a pain. Most of the tree trunks look similar and have comparable size. They're most likely planted with the sole purpose of being cut down and used by the locals, though cutting so many trees at once, that alone could provoke the wrath of the herds. Such a process should be spread across a couple of seasons, and you can't be sure that was the case. In the west and north, the clearing turns into a wild forest. In the east, you see a road leading north. I lead the clearing. Your stomach makes you let out a painful groan. Where do you want to go? Let's go to the southeast part of the village. You find a small backyard. The ground is beaten. The grass grows only right next to the buildings. It would have been a fair spot for training dancers and fighters. The stakes of the palisade are covered with playful drawings left by children who are portraying monsters, weapons, and humans. The rubble has been pushed into the corners of the houses. The furniture is broken, but you find something of use in one of the piles, a slightly rusty piece of steel. Once you pull it out, you realize it's a quill for a crossbow. Still usable. It won't be difficult to find a use for it. The closer you are to the village and the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. Wait. The taste of gastric juices hits your mouth. Your forehead hurts. You start to stumble. Yogi, worried by the sight, pokes your head with its nose. I have to remain strong. I push through the illness, or I walk far away from the walls. We've not even discovered what's wrong with this place, and we're already being affected by it. We need to know the truth here. We need to know what's happening. I know we're sick, and we're going to die. Maybe die, I don't know. But we need to figure out what's going on here. I have to remain strong. I push through the illness. Oh no! After another few steps, you return your last meal. You spend a minute or so leaned forward, gathering your breath, then wipe your mouth. You feel better. I have no nourishment. I straighten up. Where do you want to go? I must eat. Eat a food ration to increase your nourishment by 2. No penalties nor bonuses. I'm even. Even and odd. Let's go to the main square. In every village, the main square is the fanciest area, meant to charm travelers. Yet this is way more than you expected. The houses are as big as in Hovloven, and the paved ground took a lot of work and materials. The walls, now charred and riddled with holes, are made of an expensive coated wattle. The tiles for the roofs also had to be brought here from a different settlement. You peek inside the 3 smaller buildings, the rotting remains of their former splendor. The birds living in dozens of nests respond to your arrival with quite a commotion. You don't find even a single dragon bone, nor a tool or a piece of furniture left unbroken or unrotten. You're surrounded by bad smells, dirt, animal droppings, and garbage. The well also stinks. It has no bucket, but you'd be afraid to use it anyway. Who knows how many birds have relieved themselves inside, or how many old rats have found their death while climbing up the walls. Oh shit. Suddenly, you hear some sounds coming from the largest building. You feel a slight aching in your stomach. Whatever is here is cursing me. It's causing me to vomit every single time. My appearance is low and my hunger is slow, but at least I'm fine now. I have 2 choices. I can either walk away or I can check it out. In doing so, I would prepare my axe, and I think it's worth it to check it out now while I still have strength. That way, at least I can ride out on Yogi before it really hits me hard. Also, I need to bring myself to the right side over here. I did mention that I was supposed to figure out how to do this in a better way, but I never got around to it. Apologies. I think we should check it out. We've time. No time is better than the present to check it out. We wait any longer and we're at the risk of fighting something while being weakened by the illness. I prepare my axe. You step cautiously toward a scent of urine and sweat. The flickering candle shows you broken furniture, yet no signs of burnt wood. You consider pulling the other door when a masculine voice proves that your presence is not unnoticed. I didn't want it to come to this, but stay where you are. Whatever you put inside, be the shoe at hand or the damn thinker, it'll get a bolt. I can choose how to respond now. What's the friendly option? Relax, stranger. I'm a Roadwarden. If I was to be playful, I'm a Roadwarden, so I kind of need my thinker. Would the boots be enough? Distance. I'm the new Roadwarden. Let's talk. Intimidating. You're really going to bet everything on a single shot. Don't miss, or I'll get angry. Angry enough to swing my axe. How vulnerable. Don't hurt me. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm a Roadwarden. I need to give them confidence. Let me ask them to relax. Let's be friendly. Maybe I can calm them down by simply being friendly. And you chose this place to visit? From all that there are, even outlaws don't come here. He pauses and goes on before you respond. It's maybe you're telling the truth, so let's say this. My little ballista here is all peeled and ready, but you won't do anything stupid, right? No running, no jumping around. Show their hands. The man's voice lacks confidence. His accent is tricky for you. He could be from the distant south, but as long as you don't speak too quickly, you understand one another. You don't hear any other movements, breathing, voices. You lean your axe against the doorframe, make sure that your knife is well hidden. And walk inside. The dense smell of urine hits you with full force, while the tools and utensils are harder to distinguish from the rubbish. The route to the upper floor is blocked by the collapsed roof and loose wooden beams. There are scraps of rusting iron and steel on the ground attached from now destroyed barrels. The scavenger is sitting on a blanket in front of the tent, pointing at the floor with his loaded crossbow. Not a short man, but skinny. He's tanned, dark-haired. He sees his fair share of struggles. There are long claw scars in his left cheek, and another one that would divide his eyebrow in half if it hadn't been consumed by a fire, just like the rest of his forehead. His clothes are untainted by vanity. He's barefoot, in a dirty linen shirt with rolled-up sleeves and simple pants that use a cord for a belt. His long beard and hair are untrimmed and tangled. I sit on the... I can choose two options here. I may either sit on the stairs with raised hands, proving that I'm not a threat, or I may stand near the door watching his weapon, weary and cautious. I think we need to show him that we're fine. He wanted us to walk in, hands up, to be completely safe. We need him to trust us, because we need to know what the hell's going on here. He may be the only source of information we have left. I sit on the stairs with raised hands. I'm not a threat. You wipe the dust off the steps, but before you sit down, you hear the man's annoyed voice. Now, don't get too homey. It's the only place here that's not just ashes and debris, and I'm not shedding it. You better ride ahead. I already piled up whatever it has in front of him. The candlelights are dancing on his burnt face and arms. He moves his crossbow just enough to make sure he won't shoot you by accident. I saw your horse. Maybe you could help me, What are you looking for in this place? You don't sound like you're from the north. I have a number of options now. I can do all kinds of things here. I can say, I want to make sure there are no undead crawling around. Though that's a strange thing to say, considering that the state that he's in. I can also say, I need to get to know the peninsula if I'm going to patrol it. That could be the reason why I'm here. I may instead I could pretend to be a scavenger of some sort and say I'm short on dragon bones. Want to see if there was anything left behind. But I don't know his relation to this place, right? That seems like a risky option because I don't know if he holds a familiarity with this place. Either a nostalgia or a love, or simply a sense of belonging to this place. Was he a part of this community before it fell? Or did he come here, similar to me, looking around? I was wondering what caused this place to collapse. This is straightforward. An answer, at least. I also check, I've heard about some bandits. They could have a hideout nearby. I could reveal my mission to him. I'm looking for another Roadwarden, a man known as a Stallion. I may also dismiss him. I shrug. It's not your problem. And so I think it's better for us to just go for information. To dismiss him or to reveal too much may cause us to be in a bad spot. Remember that he has the upper hand right now. I'm sitting on the stairs, unarmed, only a knife in my boot. Stranger, I was wondering what caused this place to collapse. Well, I won't guess, but I saw many ruins. There's no treasure or skeletons here, so this place means as much as dirt. Someone was barking too loud, so the beast broke through and made them quiet again. Clicks his tongue. That's that. Talking about nature's fairy brings bad luck, don't you know? Listen, he scratches his thighs nervously. I'm hungry. So damn hungry. I can't hunt or fish with all the ape-men around. Can you share anything in Roadster? I may be a drifter, but I wouldn't beg if I had not lost my bags on the road. Fuck. Had I not eaten my ration, had I not vomited, I could have given him something. But I had to vomit. I had no other choice. I was going to starve. It was better for me to be nourished just in case. But remember, my duty is to myself and the world around me. I'm a Roadwarden first and foremost. I cannot fulfill my duty if I myself am at risk. So though it may seem like it was the wrong choice, it was the right choice at the time. This game is forcing me to make very hard decisions, and forcing me to deal with the consequences of it later on. I may say, I'm sorry, I don't have anything, but lying no hint of anything that I could have, no hint of intention, no hint of purpose. I can instead say I don't have anything. I may also say I may have something later on, a promise, a hope. I think it'd be good to give this man hope, to at least have another ally on my side. Remember, the Roadwarden is alone. I need the people around me in order to do my work the best. I must foster relations, at least until I understand more about the world around me, until I become one like Asterion. I may have something later on. Just my luck, I tell you. He clicks his tongue. Will I try to shoot down a bird or two tomorrow? I'm saving my bolts for the ape-men. Maybe because of those stinkers, I can't even roast anything. And the raw meat makes me want to puke. A long sigh. Everything's shit, stranger. So if you have questions, ask. I'll say a lot to make you get me out of here. I have many options now. I should ask him what he wants. Where do you want to travel now? What will he give you for help? Yet I'm also curious, too. What's going on here? This village makes me sick. What happened here? I may also ask him about himself, though I'm not sure how valuable this is. It may help at least ground us together, board us together, though I don't think he would trust me enough to tell me about anything about himself. I may also ask about how he even bothers to keep himself safe. About the crossbow, how do you keep the goblins away? And how is he so sure that there are no undead around? How are you certain? Has he really searched everything? The entire village? Are there no hidden treasures left? Or maybe we can tell him about the quest, the bandits, and Asterion. I think first and foremost, we need to appeal to him. We need to provide help now, right? Let us build trust by providing help, and then we ask about the rest. Context for what we need to do. Where do you want to travel to now? And what will you give me for my help? Let me explain first, I was in Hylar's Dell, the closest village to the east and north. The people there are nice, you know. Not like in old Pagos. They're all boring and grimmer than a crow. But they cry coin for everything, and damn good coin. I left. Wanted to look around the ruins, see if there's anything left, then move to Pelt, and hire the hunters to help me here. No luck. A bunch of griffs jumped to my pack bed. I just bought it. He spits on the floor. Fast and nimble, but not brave enough to listen to me when all that screeching and scratching started. So it ran away with my bags. A few fell on the ground and I pulled them here, but you see how it is. I won't travel around with a tent on my back. He taps the crossbow with his fingers. I need maybe a day more, just a day, and I'll have all the iron scraps from the barrels, so I can move forward. But I can't take all my stuff alone. Without me around the ape-men, I'm gonna break in and steal all my shit. I need to stay here, but since you have a horse, come back tomorrow and help me return to Howler's Dell. About it? I just need to know that the road is safe. Safe as it can be, I mean. What exactly do you want me to do? I may also request for something. I don't work for free. But I don't think that's the right choice here. He's meager. He lives a meager life. Whatever happened to him, happened. And he seems to have nothing to his name. Howler's Dell is also important. If I refer back to my journal, Glockia's band. Remember, at the inn, the Pelt's innkeep, he wanted for us to find Glockia and her band. They've broken a truce with the local villagers, and he wants us to contact them and build a connection between them. And they're in Howler's Dell. This may be one of my biggest connections to Howler's Dell, and I need to get him to safety. Because if I can use him to build a rapport with that village, it may be enough to get us a fighting chance, to understand what's going on here. A leg up on the circumstances. What exactly do you want me to do? I need ye to make sure there's no danger hiding on the road, from here to Howler's. Or rather, I know there's some danger, but as long as you can get there and safely return, I'm sure we can handle some roaming monsters. He theatrically rubs his hands together. This ballista is more beast skulls than I have fingers, and I've never lost a finger at Roadster. Only the toes. Maybe to prove it, he starts to count on his fingers. So see if the road there is clear. Then come here tomorrow. We'll pack my stuff on your horse and move out. But don't come when it's close to evening. We're going to need 3 hours on our feet, and I won't push through the night. Even sleeping next to an ape-man tribe is safer. He chuckles. And told me wait for too long. Wait for a couple days if I find some food, but if you don't get back, I'll have to risk it. No matter what. Why Howler's Dell? If you want to go south, would you travel to the Pelts of the North? I mean, I see your point, but I've never been there. Can they afford my iron? They have the means to pay for it. I need coins to find a handy wench to walk south with me. I need new staff and bolts. I know the village. It's a nice place and even has a smithy of sorts. I had a chance to take a look though. It's a large inn. A safe one. They seem to be rich and have enough hunters to guide you south. You could use iron to barter. Well, it's a shorter path, I guess. Fewer spots to get surrounded by corpses. If you're sure it's the best option, fine. I'll trust the roadster's judgment. Well, I guess I have no option. I must tell him. It is a business after all, being a Roadwarden. Stranger, I don't work for free. I have ways to pay you, don't worry. I'll give you dragons, but I have to sell the iron first, so I'll need a bit of time, you see. 5 for a short escort would be plenty, I'd say. But if you want, I'll give you 6 jar of mine. A very fine mixture that scares Apin away. Works on pebbles, too. When you ask if all of the stench of urine is somehow related to the potion, he just winks and chuckles. First, I would like to learn more about all the villages you visited. Then I'll escort you. Tell me more. He seems surprised. I mean, hi, sure. But I don't have connections there, you know. Just my eyes. He starts to hum. You know, longer pause. When you get to Howler's, you'll meet the mayor there for sure, Thais. And whatever you do, don't ask her where she got her coins from, eh? She's rich. Stupid rich. But don't ask her how this happened. Trust me. He scratches his beard with a mournful look. Fine. It's a deal. I'm going to escort you. Thanks for Roadster. Just come tomorrow. I'll make it worth your time. Now this village. It makes me sick. Do you feel it too? Me too. In the guts and the thinker. Gets easier with time if you're patient. Must be the air. Smell of death. Death and ape man piss. He pats his stomach while laughing. Tell me about yourself. He gives you a sullen glance. What for? I've got no legacy to keep alive in tales. I may tell you this and that after you take me out of here. He doesn't trust me enough to tell him about himself. I knew it. I need to build up trust by saving him first. And now that we're bringing him south, it's much easier. I need not scout the road south, where any troubles could lie. I mean, north. Bringing him south is much safer. I know the way there, and I've built a somewhat of a rapport with them. Sure, he may smell bad, but at the very least, I know what's there. Safety, and numbers, and power, and money. You sure there are no dead around? He nods. I've seen none. People say it's been less than 10 years since the herds came here, but I don't know if anyone bothered with raising the pyres. If not, the dead are all roaming the forest now. He clicks his tongue with frustration. Maybe that is a walker somewhere, under the debris, waiting to break through like a dragon in an egg. He looks straight at you. Aye, you'd better not dig. Did we search the entire village? There are no hidden treasures left. You came to the wrong place. Time, moisture, and the damn borders devoured all the loot. I've been here for a couple of days now. All that's left is the iron I carried here. I was planning to get back here with some hide muscle and clear the class buildings, but I doubt it's worth the time and the risk. I what about some bandits? Have you seen any nearby hideouts? Nah, I think they're in the north or the east. I stuck to the western road and no shell bothered me. Sorry, can't help you. I have a number of options, but I think it's worth it to ask him about now Asterion. Maybe he does know something about him. I have never met him, but I should have heard his name many times. He vanished long before I got to the coast. At first, people were asking about him. Now they think he's dead. Time for me to go. Okay, so I have time. I can still look around. Let's look at the northern gate just to be sure. How about the northwest area? The colorful grass covers the entire fenced pasture. The large stone placed in the middle suggests it could be a playground for ibexes, or maybe it's just an old garden. You see a couple of small sheds, a latrine, and a single building to the south, completely burnt down. All these places were cleared up by scavengers. Yogi doesn't want to approach the large ruins in the north. The terrible stench of feces and the rotting food scares you off as well. Paths are covered with goblin footprints. It's daytime, so the pack should be asleep. The beasts were active, they would try to scare you off and hunt down your mount. This is their territory. Once they wake up, you will face a furious enemy. I go somewhere else, quietly. To the northeast then. The debris was partially moved outside of the destroyed houses, but you find nothing of value. The table, cupboards, shelves, and bits and pieces were carefully ransacked. The wildly growing vegetables and herbs are the only remnants of the abandoned gardens. You spot fresh human footprints at the entrance to the latrine, most of which lead to and from the center of the village, which is where I found the man. He knows a set of simple tools leaned against a pile of rubble. Wooden spade and a shovel, pointed stick, a hoe with a bonehead, a stone axe. All of them are too old and too awkward to bother with transporting them around, but you'll know where to find them if you need them in the future. Good to know. The closer you are to the village and the longer you stay around, the sicker you feel. Yogi, worried by the sight, pokes your head with a woods noise. I had to remain strong, push through the illness. In a few steps, you return whatever was left in your stomach, going through a lot of pain. Spent a minute or so, leaned forward, gathering your breath, then wipe your mouth. Feel better. I straighten up. I go to the road leading north. You're at the closed northern gates. Neglected roads partially overgrown. You're a river in the east, separated by the lush meadow filled with crickets and rodents. Take a closer look at the gates. Pushed or pulled, it doesn't move an inch. Some of the spread docks, dirt, and rocks both underneath it and around it, seeming to keep the plank stuck in the ground. I want to open it. Take a look at the other side to be sure it's even possible, especially since it may take a couple hours with the proper tools. Let's go somewhere else then. There's a river, so we could lay the fish trap there. Let's take a look around the northern gate first, though. The paths here have almost been reclaimed by grasses. To your east and west, you see shadowy alleys behind damaged buildings. I post the nearby tree, or I look into the wall. Let's post the tree first. The wall is scary. You don't find anything worth picking. The half-dead kinseys have maggots crawling under the skins. You wonder which part of this meal is more tempting for the dark wind birds sitting among the branches. The flesh of the fruits or the worms. Quincy's are rarely eaten without having a chance to blet. You can safely guess that they were meant to be dried, if that taste of cookies or hard drinks. After a few moments, you realize at the bottom part of the tree, just above the ground, is partially charred. Someone must have opposed a torch here, but the wet wood didn't burst into flames. Look into the well. It's filled up with soil, and you find nothing interesting about the area around it. Let's go somewhere else. We still have a bit of time, let's go to the river. I head to the river. You see a quenching family of boars, some of them brown, some black. You consider turning back, but they pay you little attention. After a couple of grunts, they run north. The river is not too wide, yet unusually deep, with banks altered by the locals for decades, if not centuries. The water is cold and clean, yet filled with long plants growing from the bottom. You'd rather avoid jumping inside or drinking from it, but you're tempted to at least watch your face, necks, hands. Dozens, if not hundreds, of small fish are looking for tasty leaves, but also try to avoid their predators. A dance of life, completely unaware of your presence. You suddenly realize there's something else buried among the kelp. A rusty sickle sticking out of the ground, a couple of stone axes, and hoes. The wooden handles on a large wagon are covered with moss, but you recognize their shapes. Why would someone drop them here? On the opposite bank, the meadow turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. I turn back. I can't even put my trap down. I consider washing myself in the river, or I can set the trap. Let's set up the trap first. You place the basket on the ground and grab a bowl and start digging, looking for a few larger worms. You bait the stick and push it inside the basket, locking it between the sides. Cover the entrance with the lid. Tying it together takes you a few good moments, but will be easier later on. You attach the entire trap to a bush, push it into the stream, far enough that it sinks entirely. Who knows how long it will be before something large enough swims inside. Still, it would be better to not wait for too long, otherwise the prey may die of hunger. So it's unknown. It's unknown how long we have to wait, and it's unknown how long we should wait before we check. I step away. We'll come back to it tomorrow. When we come to pick up the scavenger, we'll swing by the river and check. I consider washing myself in the river. The living stream filled with fish and plants won't help you much. The oak ash shell soap you own can help you get cleaner. I wash my shell. The kelp forest reaches to the water surface. Surrounded by little creatures and the smell of river plants, you crouch by the bank and draw handfuls of water. I put on my clothes. Feel a slight aching in your stomach. I return to the barren fields in the southwest. No, wait, that's true. I don't have a way to investigate. I need to travel now. I need to leave this place because I'm starting to ache. And it's already getting close to nighttime. 8 hours. I could travel west, but I need nourishment. I'm simply too weak. We have to go back to the Pelt of the North. The guard ignores your arrival. As you ride in, the other hunters training with spears and staffs in the courtyard. You hear the sounds of work coming from the armor's workshop. Go to the well. The recently renovated wooden roof covers the well from rain and birds. One of the guards is enjoying the cold drink you brew with a bucket and tells you to only use as much water as is necessary. I can't get more out of this place. I'm simply too dirty. The windows are open and while there's a few guards eating and drinking, the hall is clean. The innkeeper is dusting the counter and the shelves with a cloth. Something bothering you. Show me your worries. I need a meal. Food rations. 3. I can eat these now. Get 2. Then I may return to the man. We quick save just in case it crashes. That's all I need. I go outside. I can now go back to the scavenger, give him some food, at least. It'll take 45 minutes, but by the time we get there, it'll be fine. It isn't nighttime yet. 5 hours before dusk. We still have time. I return to the scavenger's camp. The entrance to the scavenger's hideout is open. The scavenger is scratching a stain off his shirt. Are we leaving? His crossbow is loaded, resting just next to him and aimed at the entrance. I brought you some food. I'm ashamed to accept it, he answers, but it takes your gift before you and your last word. He puts it in the bowl and licks his lips. Now I can stay here for at least a day more without risking a hunt or wasting my bolts. But I can't last for much longer. Sure I can't. It's time for me to leave. From here, I think we travel west. It shouldn't take too long to travel, I don't think. We still have time, 5 hours. You enter the wetlands with the many streams, ponds, and fish. Large birds run and fly between the gray, sparse trees that are covered with moss, mushrooms, and critters. For a human, it may be an unwelcoming and harsh realm, but the overwhelming swarms of insects prove that it's a realm full of life. True. Side tangents, fun fact. One of the ways conservationists, I think is what they're called, know about the healthiness of an area in terms of nature is they see the amount of bugs. It's actually a thing. Think about this. Remember when you would used to go on those long road trips with your family or something? Or you'd have to drive somewhere. Even just in the summer, driving from one street to the next, you have a bunch of dead bugs on your window, collapsing against it, dying. Now, today, no matter how far you drive, no matter how much you drive, no matter how fast, you'll barely see any marks on your window at all. You rarely have to clean your window in the summer. Biodiversity falling like that is a sign that there is no life. No way to sustain it, no way to incite it. It's dead. The only life there is human, artificial. The danger with teeth and claws is hidden below the water's surface. I stay away from the banks. 1 hour has passed. This plant shouldn't be alive. Not without leaves. It doesn't resemble the other trees of the wetland, it's something else. You get off your horse and prepare your axe. The water is filled with dirt and dead plants, and it smells like an old corpse. The roots are spreading far, breaking through the water's surface. You don't see any saurians in the grasses or on the shore. You approach the table-like altar with 3 limestone slabs. Were these rocks originally as formless as they are now? Was there a point in time, centuries ago, when they were precisely shaped and decorated by masters of artistry? There's no way to tell. Yogi is peacefully observing the dark grass and slapping flies with his tail. Good job, Yogi. Good job. Good job, little horsey. Good job, little boy. Good job. Good job, little Yogi bear. Whatever it is that you feel in the air, it's clear that your companion sees this place through very different eyes. True. My companion is nature, animal. It feels these lands. I smile and scratch the bottom of his neck. Go ahead. I'll look around for just a moment. Or, there must be a strong spirit hidden in this tree. Perhaps I should bring it a gift. Do I dare leave my horse around? It sees it through a different eye, but is it because it sees nothing at all? Or because it's connected to nature? Let's first ask the spirit in the tree. Let's give it a gift. You've never seen a soul carrier like this one, but you can find a comforting glory in its haunting form. You see it as a part of the natural order, an incarnation of death. For many city folk, the only acceptable wilderness includes wild game, flowers, and birch sap. But you know the bad value of balance, the cycle of all things. You wonder what sort of offerings people bring here. You doubt that an altar like this one could play only a ceremonial function. Animals, maybe. I may either approach the altar or look into the water. Let's look into the water first. Approaching anything spiritual, magical in these lands, could invite any sort of trouble. Friend nor foe, I don't know. I peer into the water. You step cautiously. Not knowing how deep it gets, you have to consider that a saurian could be camouflaged in the mud, waiting for a victim to get near. Since you don't plan to kneel down and drink, you're hoping to dodge a potential strike. Once you get closer, you start breathing again. While the water is dirty, it's also shallow. You see the vegetation, swimming insects, even small fish. All of them stay away from the tree roots, which look like a spiderweb covering the bottom of the pond. Aside from that, you don't see anything that would catch your attention. I take a closer look at the roots. What is this thing? No. The roots are the tree. Were I to mess with it, I worry if something could happen. Let us first give it something. I approach the altar. There's clumps of dirt in the uneven nicks, fused by years of winds and rains. The bottom surface of the table is dusty, but you won't find any spiderwebs or mold, even though it's a perfect spot for them. The tree roots cling to the altar in many spots. They're firmly attached. You struggle to move them even by an inch. The cream-colored limestone is cold and smooth. We also got an entry somewhere. A swamp altar. I found an altar in the swamps which seems to be somehow connected to the tree roots that surround it. There may be a way to get some sort of response from it. One of the things that Iason, the innkeep told us is that there are druids around us. There are villages around us, places around us, like hearts of the forest. I heard that it connects to the monastery in the west with the watchtower in the east. This may be a good place to go. They may understand more about what this tree is, the hearts of the forest. I tried to make an offering. What is your sacrifice? You sample food. Use your keyboard to name objects that you're interested in. This is interesting. I didn't expect this. It appears to me that you can type things in and give it things. Sacrifice anything. Can I sacrifice my horse? I'm scared to try it. I do have marshmallows. Maybe it likes these. Marshmallows. You put a few marshmallows on the altar, but nothing happens. Now walk away. You don't see any creatures. No humans. Let's take a closer look at the roots then. You kneel in front of one that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with hair that resembles that on your arm. When you touch it, it's moist, soft, and warmer than you'd expect. I'm curious about this. I'd do something with it. What'd you try to do? I did not expect this. I did not. This game only gets better and better. Look, open-ended answers. We may do any action. We may try anything. There's nothing that we know about this thing. We can just try it. I'm so curious about what's going on here. Oh, hey, hello, raiders. Grumpy Megan, thank you so much for raiding. I appreciate that so much. Welcome. We're playing some Roadwarden today. trying to figure out what's going on in this world. We're on a quest to find a number of things. We're trying to find the previous Roadwarden, Asterion. We're trying to figure out now what's going on with this altar. You just missed us going through a village that made us vomit all the time. It was a very strange village, but we found a man there that we need to save. I appreciate the raid so much, and thank you for joining. You can stay or you can leave, just, have fun. Yeah, Megan was playing this? Really? Oh man, I'm so curious. How far was your playthrough? I'm already very hooked on this game. This game is very, very fun. You're streaming the demo? Oh man. So yeah, it's me and my wife. We got this game because I was playing a demo. The demo alone is really good, but honestly, so far the full game gets even better. But not finished yet? Oh no. Maybe you shouldn't watch. I feel like this game has so much lore that watching it would be spoiling it. So hopefully you're okay with that. Hopefully. But also, just thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. I need to figure out what to do with this tree though. So I do need to figure out what action I can take. I still want to play this myself, so I'm going to head off for now. Have a fun rest of the stream. Thank you. See you around, Imam Lee. Hopefully you get a chance to play this soon. And let me know what you think about it once you're done as well. There's fur on this. Maybe I can pet the fur. Do I pet the tree fur? Either you can't do that or I don't understand you. I do something else. Pole. Oh, here we go. The root doesn't resist your touch and you can easily bend it. You hold it tightly, and your hands sink into it like it's a soft pillow. You feel its warmth. You start to pull, but with little to no effect, no matter how much strength you put into it. It's firmly held by something in the water, probably covered by the swamp's floor. I can't do anything then. I need some offering, but I have nothing to offer. I simply can't do anything here. I need to find someone who knows more about this. This altar was placed here for a reason, right? The people at the heart of the forest must know more. They have druids, they have treants. They're the most connected to nature around us. The only problem is the way there. Now there's so many things I need to do before dusk, and tomorrow I must bring the scavenger back to the pelt. I need to choose my actions wisely before time runs out. Yeah, I'll see. It looks like your playthrough is at the beginning pretty much. Not spoiler from yet. Yeah, pretty much. There's been so much reading going through that we've been going at a nice slow pace here. Very slow pace, just taking our time to explore what's going on and all the little bits and bobs, all the little details. I could go north or south. The problem with that is I only have 4 hours left. It'll take me an hour and a half to get back to the inn, which I need to go to at night to rest. Because my vitality, I'm barely standing after visiting that village. But at least a peak, right? What's north? Let's see, what do I know about these lands? The groups and the places. There's a monastery in the west with a watchtower to the east. The bandit camps are somewhere in the north. So I may have to stay away from the north for now. I'm simply too weak. Howler's Dell is also in the western road, but it doesn't tell me whether it's north or south of there. Old Pagos. Old Pagos is very far. It's a western village, but I know that it's located near the ocean. I'm so far inland that I may not even reach it in time. The White Marshes are somewhere around here as well. And they use necromancy to supplement the local working force. So I could take a look there as well. They're pagans, so they may also know how to worship this tree, this altar here. And we already know about the hearts of the forest. To be honest, I'm a bit torn on the game so far. I love the explorer vibe of it, but I'm 3 hours into the demo, and it feels like there's nothing but exposition so far. Yeah, this definitely feels like... This type of game feels like you have to be willing to read a lot. You have to be willing to go through a lot of lore and exposition. You have to be willing to go through a lot of story just to get to the actual, fun bits. That's exactly the kind of vibe that I got from it too, but at the same time, I personally like that just because it's a nice sort of downtime game to play. You get to slowly take your time and explore the world and get immersed into it. I can see how it's not very entertaining though for many parts of it. It's definitely like a you play this for yourself kind of game, you know? But I'm just streaming it because I really like these kinds of games. Just yesterday I was playing visual novels, so if you want a sense of what I usually do. I think I'm gonna go south here. I know the north is dangerous. There are bandit hideouts. I know nothing about the south, but at least I know what danger there is in the north. Better the unknown, so we can at least clear some more land. The shapes of mountains are cutting through the horizon. The water gets gradually less muddy. The cleaner it gets, the more animals you see. A family of deer blocks the road, resting and enjoying the cold water, which would be deadly for a human stomach. Wait, true. Isn't it? Do animals drink still water? I thought they would avoid still water, right? Because the whole thing is like you look for running water, because for the most part it gets filtered by the rocks and the sand and the dirt beneath, the tree roots and stuff. So I'm surprised that animals would even try to drink still water. You consider riding around them to the sparse meadow, but your presence also causes them disquiet. Without much haste, they regroup and run east into the leafy forest. Yeah, for me personally, everything points to this being a play for myself game more than a screen game. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is like a. It's like if you don't want to go through the exposition and you don't really want to stream it, this feels like the perfect kind of game to sort of end your like night on personally and sort of like just like play it and sort of explore on your own time. But yeah, definitely a lot of exposition. Like as you can see, I've just moved forward on the map and we've just learned about a bunch of things about the surrounding lands, but nothing's really happening except for the one village that I'm not sure if you get to in the demo because I stopped the demo early. I travel forward. Oh boy. I think we've just reached something very interesting though. You've reached the Hag Hills, the wall of stones that has blocked the city's grasp. The one well-established route through them leads to the valley where you find Tulia's camp. Tulia? Right. Through the valley. Right, because she was in the valley. That was the first camp we found. There are no maps of the highlands, nor local tribes telling stories. The beaten path leads you by the garden beds of herbs and vegetables, to an old yet not abandoned mine, hidden behind the massive doors made of steel. I tried to look at white marshes earlier, but if I understood the directions correctly, that area is locked off in the demo. So you can't go that far west in the demo then. That's interesting. I stopped roughly in the demo right when you chose, like right before you chose the like classes, because I was like, okay, like no more demo. Let me try the full game because like this has a lot of stuff to it, right? So that's very interesting then. It actually stops pretty early then. That's right. That's super interesting. Were you able to get to the inn, to the Pelts of the North, at the fork in the road? Were you able to go further past the inn as well to go to the west? The tree area has an arrow to go north. That one is locked. Oh, okay. So you were able to go up to the tree and the altar. That's interesting then. That's actually a fair amount. So yeah. So we're roughly within the same area then. Huh. I'm gonna go north soon. Once I finish with this area because I have a mission to go through and I need to get some guy back to the Pelt of the North. So around then I think is when it starts to get into new content. Yeah, the demo has a tree with an altar and the area you're in now. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so we're gonna soon hit a new area, very very soon, because I need to go back to the Pelt of the North and take a night because my character is barely standing on their 2 feet. I look around. There's no hitching rail for a mount. There's a person here? A bearded skinny elder sits still on a bench, observing you like a sculptor, with his legs crossed and fingers interlocked on his abdomen. Many responses. What's friendly? Good day to you. Don't worry about my horse. I'll keep it away from your garden. That's your garden? That looks like a cemetery. My guy. Put up playful. And look around. I think something has swallowed your wall, old man. Better move your veggies inside. What? How's that playful? Also, the wilds in the west, but I didn't go far enough to reach a dead end yet. Oh, that's actually very interesting. The wilds in the west? I don't even think I've gotten to the wilds in the west yet. Unless I'm thinking of the wrong thing. All the names, there's so many names in this that's like difficult to like think of. Oh, the east. Right, the east side, yeah. I haven't, so I know that there's wild stuff, but I haven't checked it out yet because I was like, it seems kind of dangerous. The sign had like blood on it, so maybe I'll check that out too, actually, just before the end of this current day. I can also be distant here, hide my emotions, and get off my horse respectfully. I could be intimidating, although I'm not gonna intimidate a bearded old man. Like what? Okay, sorry. The bearded part doesn't. The bearded part doesn't change my decision. I'm not gonna intimidate an old man. I'm a Roadwarden. I'm trying to help people. Let's not do that. Vulnerable. Well, he's not even a threat. Is he a threat? I could take him in a fight easily. Yogi, my horse, could take him in a fight. I get off my horse with a lowered head. I approach him. I'm seeking your guidance, old man. Oh, but that's such a good. Okay, the first line I don't want. The second line I want. I want to treat him like an old, wizened man, you know? Honestly, I have no clue what to do. I feel like him being elderly. He's lived his whole life sort of doing his thing. I think he'd want to just be pragmatic and get stuff done. So maybe I think the thing to do is just be a bit more distant. Just be very casual about things. Get off my horse respectfully. Let's get things done. Be pragmatic about it. You dismount to keep an eye on Yogi. You greet the man, and as he nods back at you, you mention that you have a few questions. There's cold civility in the air, as if you're sharing a table at an inn. I need you to look at me whilst you speak. His strict voice reminds you of a master of craft guild, though his thick accent distorts his image. I cannot hear without magic, but I'll read your lips. I have no wish to talk about your daily struggles, traveler. It's not a refuge for strangers. Say what you're looking for, and let our paths split. He doesn't yell, but his voice is not used to being opposed. His face is wrinkled, but he sits straight, with beard and hair still carrying glimpses of fair blonde. He's tanned like a worker, and his eyes are blue and piercing as if they belong to an infant. That's a weird way to describe eyes. What? Blue and piercing as if they belong to... If someone has blue eyes, they stay blue forever. What do you mean, like an infant? What? Huh? Okay, I have two options here. The stories of my ancestors may reveal to me who this man is. Do I commune with my ancestors? I do have knowledge, so I could rely on the fact that I am a scholar here. Or I could simply be straightforward with him, explain who I am, right? He seems to be someone who demands that we speak to him. It may not be worth it for us to try to figure out who he is. Let us just simply engage with him as he wants us to. We're Roadwarden. We need to earn these people's trust, at least for now, until we know more. And to rely on my knowledge is too risky. I explain who I am. What do you call him? Oh no. Oh no. Let me think about this. I don't think he'd like to be patronized and called old man, right? Nor do I think simply calling him man would simply be enough. I don't think he would. I don't know his personality enough to call him like fellow. He may think like, oh, you know, why are you calling me fellow? Maybe not gentleman. Definitely not gentleman. Megan called him naysayer. That's pretty good. I don't want to start a fight with him, you know? Like, I can take him in a fight, but do I really want to fight him? But naysayer is pretty good. Have this. I'll just refer to his occupation. Gardener. He stares off across the garden beds, forcing you to wait in silence. The elder is tall with long hair and a beard that was let loose a long time ago. His sandals are covered in dust, and you spot dirt on his clothes and skin. The woolen tunic and linen were made with care, decorated with the colorful threads at the collar and sleeves. Now all the blues and greens have faded. The fabric is held together by patches and stitches. His hands are still folded. The voice remains firm. You do not know our customs. Your name, your trade, your calling mean nothing to the fullest. I do know what you expected to find here. I do not know what you expected to find here, but this is not a place for strangers. I wait for him to look at me. The man stands up and approaches your palfrey. Without touching it, he observes its eyes, mane, stomach, and hair. Leave Yogi alone. Yogi ignores this examination. She's my horse. My nose was right then. Asterion is dead, as are his plans. Oh my god. This is the first lead we've had in so long. Oh my god. We need to get on his good side. Okay. I did want to call him naysayer too, but it's a good thing that I'm hopefully on his good side. He turns towards you with a grim look. Are you going to look for them? You nod. Why? If he's vanished into the fogs, there's no point in putting yourself in danger. What do you expect to find? Huh. He demands respect. He's always had respect. In a way, I find that strange, right? For someone to demand respect, they must be one of two things. Egotistical or accomplished. Perhaps both, perhaps neither. He could be a fool or liar. And I don't know. All I have to know about him is that he's old. I know nothing about him. Huh. So, I have to ask the question then. Do I give him respect? Or do I give myself the respect? I'm a Roadwarden after all. But I need his help. He's the only hint that I have right now about Asterion aside from Yasin at the Pelt of the North. I need guidance here in these lands. I need to figure out what's going on. And so I have many options here. It's a job. As a reward for finding him seems pragmatic but also callous and also unwise. To reveal so much about my goals without having anything in return seems too risky. I'm but one person on this road. I need to have the upper hand as much as I can because I need to eventually hold my own. I can't keep the road safe if I'm gone. he may need my help. I could hide as much as I can and say that I was simply sent to find him. That may be better, but he has a hint that he's dead. But he said it so straightforward as a statement, right? So he must know. Or maybe that's just what he believes. That's what he thinks. I need to know what kind of danger he encountered. That at least gives some hope and gives some sense of what I really want from him. I may also say he's dead, if he is dead. Yeah, I want people to know about it. If someone tried to make him disappear, they deserve to face justice. This may be problematic because he also seems to know about Asterian's plans itself. We know Asterian split the funds 50-50 with the innkeeper. Some plan to get rich. He took his share. If he knows that much, he may be privy to a lot more than we know of. And I don't know his allegiances. Right? Some elderly man just walking around. I don't know if he's here and if he's safe to say that to. He may have been the one to want him gone, eventually. He may be hiding. Enjoy the game. I'm gonna look. Thank you so much. Yeah, look as much as you want. It's okay. No need to talk in chat. Hopefully you enjoy the stream and you can leave it anytime you want. Thanks, Snarf F9, and thank you again, Megan, for bringing all the ratings. I could also just dismiss him. There's no reason why you need to know that. I feel like that's the worst thing, right? If he demands respect, we can at least play to it. We can manipulate his personality at least somewhat to get what we need. A bit sociopathic, but I mean, we have a job to do, and we need to do what needs to be done. Cheers? Thank you. It's a job, there's a need to find them. There's so many good options, honestly. There's really good options. Let's stick with the most calm, questioning thing there is. I don't know as much as he does. If I imply that he's alive, that may be problematic. Instead, let's just say that I want people to know about it. There's a playful glimpse in his eye, and you just want to know the truth for its own sake, with Negin behind it. His laughter is chilling. I heard he had put his hands in them many storms, which will not end without him. I do not doubt people will value the knowledge. He pauses for a moment and looks away. The peninsula could use some honesty. Fuck. No, I wasn't honest enough. Okay, so he does value honesty then. We know another piece of his personality now, right? He demands respect, but he also values honesty. He wants integrity then. He demands respect because he believes it's a part of integrity. And with integrity comes other things. Honesty, respect, courage, bravery, and also pragmatism, straightforwardness. With lively steps, he heads towards the spring. He watches his hands, once again forcing you to wait. I have two options here. I may either go with his flow, believing that old people need time to gather their thoughts, or I may instead try... Or actually, I may instead make a statement. He tries to dictate the pace of the conversation, put me in my place. The second one seems challenging. The first one seems naive. And I do need to show that I am at least somewhat strong. I can't let myself simply be bullied around by the place. I need to be strong in order to be a Roadwarden, right? In order to get people to trust me. And he's a man of integrity, that much I can kind of infer. He would appreciate if someone's honest, strong, and straightforward with him. I think, let's try to challenge him on dictating the pace. His voice is cold and confident. So, what do you need? Immediately, I know my mistake. It's better for us to own up to it now instead of waiting and trying to dance around it, right? Let's get on his good side now. I know how I should have addressed you. I want to fix my mistake. What do you call him? God damn it, I thought it would give me options. Oh no. No, that sounds bad. Okay, let's get that. Eagle him in the mouth. Or how about this? Those are my true feelings, and yet do I give him my true feelings? It's too risky, right? I need his trust. It's too risky to give my true feelings to the matter. I need to simply call him Sir. God damn it! You do need to understand the sound of force. You're as deaf as these rocks. You want to build bridges, but for you they are just structures. Owned and used by humans. Prove that you're ready to learn the customs and the bridge will grow on its own. Wow. That was a very, very... That was a very wizened thing to say. Huh. Yeah. He read me like a book. To me, they're just structures, owned and used. But he wants it to grow. He read me like a book. God damn it, he read me like a book. God damn it. Okay, then maybe we both... Okay, let's so many questions to ask. Oh my god. What if... Okay, let's offer ourselves immediately. Let's not offer ourselves. Let's offer our skills, our ability. Is that offering yourself? Yeah, okay, that's technically offering myself. But you get what I mean. But let's just go straight straight up pragmatism. Let's get a job. I'm looking for a job. He looks at the garden beds. We have everything we need. God damn it, you want to give him a job right now. He's too self-sufficient. What if I burn his garden, huh? What then? What about... Wait, the path of the heart of the woods. Is this the way to the heart of the woods? It must be, right? Heart of the forest. Because it is in the monastery in the west. So that's what he means by I don't understand the sound of nature. He must be from the heart of the forest, the camp. But to ask him so without knowing anything about him, he might not like that. We don't have much time left either. 3 hours? How long will it take for us to travel back to the Pelt? 2 hours. We need to make this quick. We need to get as much information as we can and then leave. Let's try this. We offer a job by knowing about the problem. Right? In a roundabout way, we state the problem, then we offer the solution. I've heard about some bandits. Were they bothering you? He strokes his beard but then grasps it nervously. Bingo! There are souls who steal from White Marshes, a village in the north. They would not dare to show up here, but those brigands are brutes, simpletons. Ever their leader, Glaucia, listens only to force and will humiliate for the enjoyment of her band. She will never be afraid of some lost Roadwarden. He lets go of his beard and lowers his head. I'm so sorry, I lost track of what this guy's voice was. There's so many voices in this game, I'm gonna lose track of every single one. They'll just change personalities halfway through. Who knows? She's just so far away from her old self. A kind, bright girl from Gale Rocks, loved by her parents. But now, do not cross her, she'll find you. This is interesting. Both the scavenger and him point to her being ruthless, in a sense. The scavenger told me not to ask how she got her money, and now we know that she is now much more ruthless than she was before. She could have a part to play in Astarion's fate. Remember, she's rich in some way, Glaucia. Astarion got money from the inn owner, Iason, from the Pelt of the North, from the Pelts, to do something, some business venture that we know not of. Whatever half of that money was, whatever half of the dragon was, we need to get it back. And if getting it back means crossing her in some way, we may be in a lot of trouble. I need to think about this. Have you met Astarion? He wanders among the garden beds from time to time, touching the leaves at hand. He was here more than once. He was no one to stand aside and let the events play out by themselves. The villagers from the north are sometimes in need of my assistance, and Astarion was serving them as a messenger. Oh. Because he grows herbs and stuff. He must be much more skilled than he's really letting on. He's not just a gardener then, because just to grow a garden, anyone can do that anywhere, right? Knowledge of herbalism can be passed on in some way, and they could experiment over generations if these villagers were there for a while, and these lands have been here for a while. You know, hundreds of years based on the lore of it. He must have some skill then. Some special skill of his that no other place can have. Not just herbalism, perhaps alchemy? He bends down and tears away a small flowerless plant. He wanted to settle down among these roads. Maybe live freely. He had great plans and wanted to make this realm flourish. To rebuild the ruins, get rid of the brigands, and clear the trade route. I told him that the forest needs near more people, and that this realm is too wild to feed and clothe everyone. His greed and dreams have eaten them, and now he is no more. He pauses as you can hear his heavy breathing, as if he's getting tired. He straightens up. And that's that, traveler. If you want to look for this shell, travel north. Far north. People there should know where he is. I'll do that. My first clue. My first hint, my first clue. The people of the north, he works more for them. Astarion had his place in the north. We are getting somewhere. What can you tell me about this place? Your eye sees what there's to know. People found copper in the cave. It's been abandoned for a long time now, so we turned it into a shelter. A shelter to stay close to the sacred tree and its altar. Yes! We now have a connection to the altar. We know what's going on here. We're servants, my wife and I. This place is nothing more than a servant's house. A servant's house. If we're to go on that the tree is alive and it's inhabited by spirits, then yes, I suppose they do serve the spirits. Well, how can you survive in this place, though, being all by yourself, you and your wife? His raised voice makes him sound like a preacher. One day, me and my wife will be but defenseless old people. But we studied pneuma and leaves for many decades. I heal wounds and illnesses of animals and humans alike, and the beasts listen to our whispers. The holy seed? That's... Some words are ruined for me. The word seed is ruined for me, you know? Seed, throbbing, moist, gaping. These words are just ruined for me. Lets our shells wait for death and strength. What the hell is the holy seed? There's no way there's something about the holy seed, right? Is it right seed? Is his seed the holy seed? Right seed? No way. Let's see. What can he tell me? Okay, so we know he's connected to the altar. Will he tell us anything, or should we wait to ask that? He may instead want us to grow the bridge between us first, but I think it's worth it to ask just to see. We still have a lot of time anyways. Can you tell me anything about the altar near the crossroads in the north? He smiles. 'Tis the tree that you should pay attention to. The true gift of the forest. So what is the tree then? It answers to our offerings and rewards us with its magnificent fruits. They heal both shell and soul and make anyone who eats them stronger than they ever were. We gather around this altar whenever the winter ends, whilst it requires a painful sacrifice from all of us. Painful sacrifice. It prepares one soul for the future like nothing else could. Pain. Pain is relative, right? It's why they have that chart in our doctor's office from a scale of 0 to like 10, or like a happy face to like a really painful face. It's like, which face are you, right? Are you a concerned face, or are you a screaming red face, right? Pain is relative. One who values family, who values people, who values connections, may feel pain in having to sacrifice a person. One who feels one at nature, one with the world around him, may feel pain in having to kill something in order to offer it to a spirit. One who simply cares not about anything but themselves may feel pain in hurting themselves, offering up blood from my hand, for instance. So while he says it's a painful sacrifice, it still offers us nothing. I need to know what not pains me, but what pains him. Him, his wife, his people. I need to know what pains his village, his people, his tribe, in order to understand what's offered. I still need to know more. What can you tell me about the peninsula? I've lived here for almost a century. Traveled both by the paths and through the wilderness. His voice becomes stronger and makes you think of a bard. But I will not be your guide or a teacher. If there's anything I can wish for, it is that we'll stay away from the woods. The creatures get angrier the more we take from them. They do not listen to our warnings, and one day they bury us under a storm of claws and fangs. There will be near soul to spirits here after us. So he is connected to the forest in some way. Close to nature, but in what way I still don't know. I gotta say, listening to you analyze everything that goes on in this game, I feel like I'm not even qualified to play it. No, of course not. No, sorry, that's not what I meant. What I mean to say is, you shouldn't feel that way. You should never feel that way. A game, I'm sorry the way that I said it the first time. Any game is an experience that's unique to you, right? I think you shouldn't feel like, I'm not qualified to play it or not. How you take it, the things that you take away from it, those are unique to you, and you should be free to enjoy those. So hopefully you don't feel like that, and I hope that you do get to play it yourself, right? I hope that you do get to just enjoy it the way that you enjoy it. I only analyze because of who I am, right? You may have a completely different experience, and both experiences are completely valid. But I do appreciate the compliment. I really do. His eyes are as harsh as a hawk's, making him look like a priest who hears a child asking for honey on the day of a ceremonial. What? Okay, what is this analogy? His eyes are as harsh as a hawk's, making him look like a priest who hears a child asking for honey on a day of ceremonial fasting. What? That's a crazy analogy. I had to take a moment to figure that out. Do they poke the hornet's nest? Do they ride east? Huh. He doesn't want us to go into the lands in the east. At the fork in the road. Have I ever played or heard of Grotto? Grotto, no, but I'm willing to check it out. Wait, let me search it up now then. Grotto. How would you best describe Grotto in your own words? Grotto. And is it the one with the weird green face? What is this? This thing looks like a frog, man. What's this? Grotto is a mystical narrative-focused experience. You are the soothsayer, the one capable of talking with the stars and revealing the messages. Yo, thank you for this suggestion. I may actually play this. This looks really interesting. Oh god, my list gets longer and longer. Yeah, I had to slow down during that analogy as well, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Yeah, it does kind of make sense, right? It's like they're fasting, they're hungry, and it's like the idea of a fast is to show your commitment, your unwavering faith. And so the priest looking at the child who's asking that says, okay, you need to learn your place. Demonstrate your faith to whatever god that you believe in. Fast for them. Ask not for a snack. But yeah, thank you for the Grotto recommendation. That's also going on my ever-growing list of games that I may never get to because Tears of the Kingdom is releasing in 9 hours. So we're gonna have to see. Oh god. Oh god, that's a lot of games. Do not ride east, and never use the path that runs through the heart of this land. The road was meant to save time, but brings only death. Save time? What does the east connect to? Wait, hang on. Tulia told us about this. What does the east connect to? Is it the ocean? It can't be, right? Because if he sees it, if this old man sees the east as a shortcut, it means that whatever he loves is on that side. Wherever his heart lies, wherever his sense of familiarity is, lies beyond the eastern forest. So whatever land is there may give us a hint on how to talk to him as well, as much as we know, at least from the lore. It's like a visual novel where you answer people's questions through star constellations? Really? That sounds really cool and interesting. Okay, I'm gonna add that to my list. Thank you for that. I'm a sucker for any visual novel type kind of game, so I'm willing to play all of them. Even if they seem boring on stream, I think they're all worth exploring and like playing and seeing how they are. Because they're fun to me. Let's see, the thing's name. Be a servant, not an overseer. Don't try to bend this place to your will. He points at you and wags his finger after every word. Your will. Anyone's will is the key to danger, not salvation. Listen to the land around you. Listen to what it's trying to tell you. I have 3 options here. I could either thank him, saying that these instructions are in line with my own thoughts. Not entirely sure if they are, but perhaps we can lie and say it is, but I don't really want to lie to him. He may be one of our only connections to Asterion, and he has given us a great hint so far, so I think he at least deserves that much. When given a favor, we should give in kind, right? He's told us that in the north we'll find more about Asterion. We should at least connect with him as well. I can also dismiss him and say that I'm not going to be anyone's puppet, which seems foolish, very foolhardy. To be a Roadwarden, I think we'd need to be, how do I say this? Personable, affectionate towards others, kind, and at least understanding, empathetic, sympathetic. I don't think dismissing it is necessarily a good choice. And if he's lived as long as he has, an elder in these lands, he must know more about it, right? I may also say I need to take some risks to achieve my goals, but he may disagree with that. He has lived long. He's lived a life probably without risk. And for that reason he's lived long with his partner. I should take his wisdom as is, right? He's elderly in a land that is harsh as we've seen so far. The village seems to be gone, and I vomit every time I enter it. We have to thank him. Thank you. These instructions are in line with my own thoughts. It has a demo that's fairly long. Recommend doing that if you want to taste. Oh yes, I will gladly. Yeah, I'll try out the demo then. I might try it out after then, because like I only have 9 hours to play this thing anyways, and we may get decently far within 5 or 6 hours, and I may get tired of it then. Because in 9 hours, Zelda's gonna release, and then I'm literally gonna play that for the next like week or so. Also, sorry, give me one moment. I have to double check something really quick. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, I'll try out that demo after this one. But I do want to get at least a bit further in this game, or maybe a lot further. I'm not sure how much it'll go. What is that term? There's a specific term for like a person who's really close to like forests and like planting and stuff. Green thumb? Is it green thumb? Green thumb? Is that green thumb? Okay, that's wrong. Sorry, old man. I dabble a bit in herbalism. Any chance you tell me some of the roundworts you grew here? I think he actually would respond to this badly, no? He's close to the forest, close to the land. He grows these things for his own purpose, for some purpose. He's a healer of some kind. I don't think coin matters to him. But let's try it anyways. He looks at you with a renewed curiosity. I was completely wrong, I misread him. Then rests at the wooden bench from where he glances at the pink flowers. His beard shakes as he tilts his head forward. Wishing to help the wounded, I see. A notable goal. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You like me now, huh? Once his eyes turn toward your lips, you see a doubting, raised eyebrow. Tis a good season to pick up flowers and leaves, but you leave me with nothing but the bare stalks and the black tubers in the soil. I quite like these tubers. You wish to take the oils away, take care of the rest. It shouldn't take more than an hour. I have time. How long does it take me to get to the thing? 2 hours, roughly. Very well. Grab yourself a cloth from the bucket. Keep your knees from dirt. His tone is not a hint of a lighthearted invitation. It's an order of a master addressing their pupil. A statement as undisputed as the color of the sky. I'm kinda down for that. I'm not looking for a Dami Daddy. I'm just saying that I'm kinda down to learn more, right? Because again, maybe he can increase our knowledge of the land. Because so far, our stats have mostly been static, right? Our skills and stuff, we've mostly just had them as is. And yet, even just the lies, for instance, this hints at the fact that our skills can grow over time depending on our actions, right? The more I lie, the more experience I get in it. I'm curious how much else that applies to. My knowledge must be able to increase in some way. You put away your belongings and grab both the cloth and a small spade that's placed next to it. As you prepare Yogi to graze in peace, you notice a horned bear among the nearby trees just down the path. Completely ignores your presence, and as reaching for the axe, you hear the calm voice of the elder. Let the beasts drink in peace. They seek no harm. After a minute or so, you place the cloth on the ground and kneel on it. You start cutting away the oily parts of the plants with a dagger, place them on a wax-soaked linen cloth, hoping they'll stay somewhat fresh before the season ends. You stop caring about the way they color your fingers with green and pink. You don't have to be gentle either. After all, you plan to remove the roundworts in their entirety. The man interrupts you before you start digging. I do not expect there's many herbs growing in the city. You look at him and wipe your forehead with a sleeve. And knowledge will also be tied to the class that you pick and stay, but I don't know for sure. Yes, so I did get the knowledge as part of the scholar. Now, I got the skill as is, but I'm still curious if it can grow, right? It doesn't give any hint that it can grow, but I imagine that being a scholar, I may be applicable to more learning, right? Just like the warrior, I'm curious if I chose the warrior, for instance, would I have gotten stronger over the course of time? Would I have had more vitality overall to work with? For instance, I'm barely standing. I didn't notice I'm down bad. Wait, is that the word? Is that the right word? Is that the right phrase? I'm down bad. I need to sleep. But yeah, I'm hoping it grows, because it would be nice to have more instances where I can use it, because so far it saved me a lot. Now, which class did you choose, actually? Because to give a hint to the scholar, the first road would you had to leave to go towards the pelt with those griffins on the road, right? I was able to make a smoke bomb as a scholar. So I'm curious how the other classes also work as well. Oh, actually, knowledge might be substituted altogether. I picked the mage and I think it has something else in its place. Oh, right, because the mage is like flexibility in the options, correct? That is true. Yeah, actually, yeah, it might be substituted then. I guess maybe only the warrior doesn't have really many options, right? The mage, you have the magic, different spells, you can speak to beasts and like talk them away and stuff. I can make smoke bombs. The warrior can swing an axe? I don't know. Seems like they have less options overall. Once you learn how to read, you can find a lot in the herbaria. Or I have another option here. The monastery is a great garden with all sorts of valuable plants, and caretaker is willing to share their knowledge. It has a thing called Numer. Yes, I did. Yes, yeah. They do have Numer, which is their version of what other games would call Mana and such. It equaled the mage. Yeah, I did see that from the lore bit as well, and also that the fog that rolls around summons like or raises dead bodies using the Numer condensed inside of it. I'm curious what kind of spells you like had. Like, did it have like a list of spells that you could use at any moment? That's very interesting. I'm actually very curious now how my playthrough would have differed had I not chosen the scholar. Let's see. The monastery has a great garden. Yep, value plants. And caretakers willing to share their knowledge. My neighbors used to be farmers before they lost their home in the war. They helped me a lot. He's trying to figure out... Oh, I see what this is about. He's trying to figure out how I know these things, right? Where I came from. And I think this is also a bit of lore building for myself. I get to choose what my background is. Because none of these are lies necessarily, they're just truths yet to be formed, right? I get to choose my own truth. But the people do have gardens in the city, on the roofs, outside of the wall in small beds. He may not appreciate that. And I can also shrug and say I wasn't born in Hovleven. I can instead say that I was born in the village, but he may... From what I know of the lore, right, the different villages don't necessarily cooperate at all times. Different villages have different customs, different ideals, a different culture about them. Though they may be within the same region overall, they can become disconnected even quickly, even within a single generation, is what the lore said. So it may not be worth it to say and to be someone who's simply from some village somewhere. It may not be enough to convince him. I seem to bring them up dynamically, like giving the option to make a bright light to scare wild animals off. So it's very similar to... It's actually the exact same as knowledge then. That's actually very interesting. Because knowledge was the exact same. When I got to the wild animals, I was able to... It just gave me an option that said, hey, do you want to make a smoke bomb? And I was like, yeah, cool, sure. That's interesting. I guess the difference is that with Numa, with the mage, you have Numa as a resource. With me, though, for instance, my resource is my alchemical ingredients. I can find more, and when I use them, they seem to disappear from this list. So I do have to be careful with how much I use, but it seems like that's the main difference between the magic and the scholar. Well, then you can probably make a fireball to defend yourself. I have but an axe in my hands, and that's all I really can do. Let's see. Once you learn how to read this, the first one seems a bit patronizing. It's like, oh yes, but I know how to read. The peasantry, forget about them. They know nothing. I'm educated. Edumacated. The monastery. Hang on. If my theory is correct, and he's from the heart of the forest, they are directly tied to the monastery of some kind. I heard that it connects the monastery in the west with the watchtower to the east. Whatever band is like there, whatever village and tribe is like around that area. It may be worth it to say that I'm from the monastery, and I also like that as well, right? It kind of fits the vibe of the character that I'm going for. Someone who's trying to help people, someone who's trying to stay true to the duty of a warden. Someone coming from a monastery may have those same ideals, right? The idea of faith being tied to duty is a very ancient sort of topic that even exists in the real world. Because my neighbors, I mean, I don't even talk to, I don't leave my home, IRL, so I don't care about neighbors. And people have gardens in the city, and it's like, yeah, but like, that's not that many gardens. How much can you really learn, right? This may instead lead him to doubt our abilities. I'm going with the monastery. Yeah, Numa is a resource you regain from sleeping or amulets. Oh, interesting. Huh. Yeah, the only thing I regain is vitality, which I lose then the very next day by vomiting. Such is life as a scholar. The monastery has a great garden with all sorts of valuable plants, and caretakers willing to share their knowledge. Hell yeah! He nods approvingly. I read this man like a book. This is near far away from the way we teach our youngsters. Yes! There's no better path to wisdom than through telling, shouting, acting, all at once. You stab the sword with a spade, getting to all the black rhizomes and roots you can find. What's a rhizome? I'm scared to search that. The man tells you to leave the garden bed as it is, so we can add some animal dung to it. You gather a small pile of yellowish worm-like tuberies, still covered in dirt, not much longer than a finger, and disturbingly twisted. You gesture at the results of your work, but the man frowns and looks towards the pond. You forgot to wash them, herbless. Oops. Wait, it's getting late. Right, because 1 hour has passed. That's a problem. It will take me 2 hours to get there. It's 3. I did forget to wash them. I don't want to just... Okay, so I have 3 options here, and very different responses. I could dismiss it and be like, no, you wash them. You have a strong back, just wash them before you eat. That seems like the wrong thing to do. He's trying to see if we're willing, I think, if we're willing to be humble enough to submit ourselves to knowledge and to learn. I think that's one of the ways that he wants to see if we can earn his respect, right? Because I think he does have a lot of integrity in the sense that if we can show him respect and kindness and sort of integrity ourselves, he will give us that same back in gesture. He's just trying to see, are we humble enough to accept it? Or are we going to be too hot-headed to simply ignore what he's saying? And we're already on the path of trusting everything he says. I think that first option is terrible. The last option as well seems to be awful as well. To show him, then to say and to begrudgingly carry the tubes to the bank shows a bit of disinterest in what we're doing. A bit of defiance, something that he definitely does not appreciate. I think we simply go with fine. You get close to the tiny waterfall. Stand across and let the cool water do your job for you, in the meantime washing your hands. The refreshing touch tempts you to take a sip as well. Finally, you put the tubers on the bench. The old man, without comment, grabs one of them and puts it in his mouth, chewing with a hint of a smile. What? Can you eat a potato raw? I don't think it's possible, right? Wait, can you eat a potato raw? Was it like poisonous after a while? Well, he's old for a reason, right? No way he would have died by now. He must be eating these things daily. Finally, you put the tubers with a hint of a smile. Your mouth just woke up from a short nap. I have eaten raw potatoes. Really? Does it taste like a fruit? I don't think it's the most healthy thing in the world, but Okay, does it? Okay. I always imagine it has the texture of an apple, right? Because if you kind of like try to play with it, it feels like that like hard, like almost like crackly bit. I'm assuming it's that good. I'm assuming that it's that crunchy, but just flavorless. Extremely flavorless. And sticky. Like, okay, I don't know if this happens to you. Maybe it's just the potatoes around where I am, but every time I like peel them and I wash them and stuff, that is weird like sticky, I don't know, layer on them. It's like weird. It's all slimy and stuff. It doesn't stick to your hands, but it's like, makes it hard to hold. Like soapy almost. It's not sticky? Okay. So maybe I just have really bad potatoes. Or it's the waxy potatoes that I use. I don't know. Now I really want to try it. Let's see. Okay, so we're back to the main menu of options. How much time do I have left? 2 hours? 45 minutes? I have 45 minutes to get back to the pelt. But I guess the apple comparison holds up to an extent. They're drier. Oh yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah, they're not really moist. That's why we add like milk to mashed potatoes. Or cream. What do I want to know? Wait, does he know anything about the village in the east? He's so close to it, he must know, right? In fact, that sort of gives me an idea. Maybe a hint of what happened here. Right? A once prosperous village, close to an altar. Could they have disrespected the forest there? Whatever spirit lives in that tree. I want to know what happened to the village in the east. And I'm near willing to tell you that. He raises his chin, and his beard shakes. That shameful tale ought to be kept in the past for the sake of the living. I knew it. I absolutely knew it. It had something to do with the altar, with the spirits that he believes in. And he knows what went on there because he was so close. Then what can you tell me about the druids? You seem closely connected to them. He strokes his beard gently. I will not share our past with strangers. We are Arvin for the people of Hallisdell and for the lands around it. He's connected to Hallisdell. That's an interesting connection that I didn't think of. So then the east path must be a shortcut to Hallisdell, right? Think about it. He said to never go to the east because it's a shortcut. Anyway, I got to go now. Cool to see your enthusiasm for the game. See you around. Yeah, thank you for stopping by and thank you for rating as well. Hopefully you have a good day as well, and hopefully you get to try the game on your own time too. Thanks so much for stopping by, and thanks so much for chatting as well. Have a good one. Let's see. So his lands must be to the east of Hallisdell, right? The east must be the shortcut to Hallisdell. It must be. That must be the way through. But if it's a shortcut, it's now dangerous, so it's no longer a shortcut. I think what I can do, I have a plan in mind. If I can get the scavenger back to the heart of the pelt, right? I can bring him there. He may be able to hire hunters, and I may be able to convince some of them to come with me to the east as well. We may be able to clear the path just yet. But he also told me not to go, so I don't necessarily want to leave him. It seems like the path of the heart of the woods is quite dangerous. It has a long and dark past, and already caught many souls of its builders. 'Tis paved with blood, and the last 10 years have revealed it was all for nothing. Since the days of... He glances at you, once again surprising you with how shining and lively the blueness of his eyes is. Of grand discord. The tribes of this land are locking themselves in their fields and horses, and houses. I need water, sorry. One moment. My lips are drying. I'm getting like potato lips. I need coffee. I need to stop stuttering, mispronouncing. It's getting too good for me to stop here, to stutter here. Too afraid to leave them behind. Too interesting to meet other souls unguarded. 'Tis near the first road to be claimed back by the wilderness. and will never be the last. You ask if he has any tips for you on how to survive such a trip, and he tells you it would be wiser to just avoid it. He then reaches for his pocket, grabs a leaf and puts it in his mouth, chewing gently. Death may take many paths to a stranger, but cats are the one enemy that's both as dangerous as in stealth as in combat. True. Actually true. Okay, fun story. Way back when I was younger, my friend had a cat. I honestly didn't see it. It loves to jump on people's backs, right? But I didn't know at the time. I only found out afterwards. Because it likes to just, like, stay on your shoulder and like hang out, right? It tried it once to me, and I had no clue that I was there. It was like really late at night. We were all just hanging out playing games. It jumped my shoulder. I didn't see it. I freaked out. It slid down my back and it clawed into my back. I had like a claw mark down my back for like months. Cats are dangerous, even the small ones. No human can fight it alone. If you see one of them and it's near too late, do near provoke it. Make it wary but near scared. Look big, talk a lot, seek its action in its eyes. Should we ask if we can enter the cavern? I'm just gonna do it just to see, right? Can I enter the cavern? I need a place to rest. Why would I allow a stranger to do such a thing? Of course. Back to the Pelt of the North. 2 hours time, but now it's night. The lights are promising a refuge. The guards have bows and spears in their hands, and some rush to the gates, only to close again right as you ride inside. Bored with life, Roadwarden, one of them grumbles. Hence you notice it's almost dark. I get off my horse and enter the inn. The window's open. While there's a few guards eating and drinking, the hall is clean. The innkeeper is dusting the counter and the shelves with a cloth. There's only 2 or 3 sentences here. That's interesting. I wish to sleep in your beds. Sorry, not like that. Sorry. That's... May I say this in? Okay. I did not know that there were options. I have 5 coins. I doubled my coins by playing them at the game. Me being a scholar, I'm a gambling professional. Is that banned on Twitch? It's banned on Twitch, right? Wait, is it banned on Twitch? Also, how's my gambling skill? Wait. Should I not be... I should be a gambling god, no? Slight. Okay. Twitch, if there's any admins or anything watching, this is not a gambling-focused game, okay? Even if you see me, all I do is gambling. I just know it's not a gambling-focused game. It's a narrative game, okay? I've doubled my coins. I have enough to sleep. But what are the options? Sleeping on a bench? Your blanket won't be much of a bed. I can't afford the fur either for a nicer bed. The staff will keep opening the nearby door, walking around, or talking with one another. Sleeping here will be rather uncomfortable, and I'll lose 2 nourishment, which is awful, and I'll lose 1 appearance. Sleeping in a room, however, a comfy bed with a clean blanket in an isolated chamber. You also get a large breakfast. Oh, yes. A washtub with water and soap and some clothes to wash your teeth. Wait, what? Wait, I've never thought of that. Did medieval people, fantasy in this world, right, has a medieval tune to it. A very medieval flavor to it, right? In reality, when did we invent toothbrushes? Huh. Because I would not think to use, like, hair or something to clean my teeth. Although, they did have brushes for horses, so maybe they made the connection somehow? I'm not sure. But clothes. I guess clovers. I will rent a room. It is 1/5 of my net worth. I'm so poor. But I need to have energy to go back and save the scavenger. I'll rent. Oh, I thought there was a cutscene, but no. Oh. What the hell is happening? What the hell is going on? There's smoke everywhere, look. You hear a thunderous roar. You rise to your feet and rub the sleep from your eyes. The doors are opening. People are shouting orders and words of warning. As you open the window, you see what's behind the commotion. Something is on the other side of the wall trying to get through, and the guards are fighting it off with their torches, spears, and crossbows. Thanks to the light, you see the large furry paws placed on top of the wall walk. As far as you can tell, the beast is about a single leap away from getting inside. I may choose to help them, or I might simply walk away and say it's not their first night, they know what they're doing, but I need to build trust with them. This band of hunters is my best bet in this area, to keep me safe, as well as keep the road safe. I need to help them. You look for your gambeson and blade, still a bit foggy in your thoughts, but you find them. You struggle to get inside the jacket. As your habits kick in, you see the innkeeper right in front of you, holding a candle. You're a guest. Stay here, he says without a shadow of hesitation. My team has no time to worry about outsiders. Just after his words, you hear cheerful laughter from the wall. Judging by the way they point their fingers and lower their weapons, the beast is fleeing. Oh, well, I guess I'm useless. But there's two different things here. Look, if I had been there, maybe we could have caught it. That's interesting then. I guess this world does a good job of keeping things alive. This is actually one thing that I really like about this game, is that it seems like they thought of every scenario, right? Maybe this would have changed had I been out there during the nighttime. If I slept on a bench or something, or if I knew what was going on. Maybe if I had just arrived here at nighttime, I would have been, I would have had to pass the beast to get in. And then we could have caught it. And we could have had more furries. For myself. I could have had a better bed. God damn it. But I have to just be real about it, right? I shouldn't expect people will need my help all the time. Though I'm a Roadwarden, everyone here is also experienced. I'm not the main character. I'm just a passenger in this wild ride we call life. The small room is quiet and far away from unwanted eyes. You take a calm bath, rest on a soft mattress, look through the window, and enjoy the minutes of safety. In the morning, you find a stool with a large wooden plate, bearing an aromatic breakfast. A cup of mint tisane, 3 duck eggs, and baked duck meat. Downstairs, the innkeeper is putting wood into the stove. He asks if you need anything. Any leftovers, my good fellow? I'll eat the scraps. Not today, no. Maybe tomorrow. Show me your wares. More rations? My good man. 3 at a time, buy more tomorrow? I'll take it. That's all I need. Wait, I can only sell my potion again. 8. Not worth. That's all I need. I go outside. Step outside. Yogi is finding out flies with his tail. At this hour, the armor's workshop is closed. So a day is 15 hours, roughly. I guess that's true, right? Because the first night that I spent asleep over at Tulia's camp, they helped me prepare. They saddled up my horse and took care of things. I was able to go early. But now that I'm on my own, I need to do it all by myself. It takes time. Let's approach the guards and ask about what happened last night. The guards greet you with polite nods or a casual hello. When the guard in yellow armor gets close to you with a smile, the brown boar follows your steps. What brings you to us? If you have coin, I can throw some dice. Surely, but we're doing it the right way. All 10 rounds, so it's gonna take us half an hour or so. 4 players, each one bets a coin. The winner takes all. Still in? I'm ready. I'm a gambling god. Yes! In but one fell swoop, I've doubled my net worth. Oh my god. Okay, now I understand why people get into finance and trade stocks. It's just that feeling of getting richer. Oh god, I'm becoming a sociopath. Oh, no. Stay away from capitalism, Stick. Come on, stay away. Time goes by filled with lighthearted jokes and chit-chat. During the final round, you get ahead of everyone, and spectators playfully comment on your moves. The winner takes all. 3 dragons are placed on the table. 3? Now wait just a gosh darn minute. Oh wait, no, that makes sense. A game of 4 and I get 3. Right? That actually makes total sense, sorry. Because if there's 4 people, I'm one of the 4, of course, so that I get 3. The 3 dragons are placed on the table and you put them into your pouch quickly. The table and chairs are moved back into the building, and the guard in yellow armor thanks you for playing. Is there anything you need? I'd like to know more about you. Oh, she giggles to cover her confusion. Are you asking me out? I ain't interested in any silliness. She brushes away the hair from her forehead. The tangled chaos all over her scalp cares not for efforts. Oh my god, wait, they actually trust me now. I'm Dalit. Half my life ago I was living on crops, but I bet I've shot down more monsters than you broken eggs. You much of a fighter? Many more eyes turn toward me. Aha! Now we examine. What's that thing from Phoenix? Was it Phoenix Wright? Ace from Ace Attorney. It's that sound. He goes like, it's like objection, but like not objection. You know, or like the lock sound when he's like analyzing things. That's me. Time to analyze. She's strong. We know that she's strong, and we know that she cares a lot about relationships, about friendships. She's very strong because she literally just told us. She believes in fighting. She believes that there's more purpose there. And so if we say that I don't fight, again, all the guards here, They're proud hunters, strong, brave, courageous, and skilled, very good at what they do. They are hunters through and through because that's their main trade. This inn, as Iason told us, the owner of the Pelt of the North Inn, told us, they don't make their money on travelers. They make their money on fur, on pelts, on hunted goods, on the parts of beasts and monsters alike. So it behooves us to pretend to be strong, to lie maybe. But I've never fought anyone. I have a simple blade and I vomit at the smell of a body in a ruined village. Or maybe it wasn't the smell of death but the smell of a curse. Hard to say. I am a scholar though, and they'd probably see through me. But I do have the advantages of being a Roadwarden as well. Being a Roadwarden should give me a bit more advantage in being able to lie about these things, right? No way Hovleven would send out someone who isn't at least somewhat acquainted with fighting to be a Roadwarden. Right? Though, to be fair, Asterion got a lizard. He got a 4-legged lizard, he got a Komodo dragon to ride. I got a horse, and he has a spear and I have an axe. So maybe I'm not the better fighter. Let's see what options I have though. I don't fight when I don't have to. That's pragmatic though. In the sense of I'm not looking for trouble. I don't fight for fun. I fight for a purpose. I could also say hard to say. I'd rather friendly blades on my side. A hint of leadership, perhaps. Oh, this is not just how to answer her. This is also how we answer ourselves. What kind of character we want to build. This says to me a bit more leadership, tactical, strategical. Someone who's more of the head of a band of merry men than anything else. The third option is if you live as a traveler, you face enemies. Not really an option. Very pragmatic. This is more pragmatic than the first because it's literally just, face somebody, then you have to. The first at least says I don't want to spill blood, unless I absolutely have to. I'd rather find a different option first. The fourth is telling of my role, though, as a Roadwarden. I fight to protect others, that's my job. The fifth is I could be a warhawk. There's something pleasing in triumph. I don't know if I want to be seen as bloodthirsty, right? These hunters hunt beasts, not men, not people, not women. They don't go to villages and hunt them down. They hunt, again, to protect in a way. The side, I believe, maybe, perhaps at least, maybe, but I would like to believe that the thing that they're really interested in is keeping the place safe. The side effort is earning a coin in order to be able to retire, like Iason said. Let's stick true to our title, right? As a Roadwarden, I fight to protect others. That's my job. While Dalla passes the boar, the guards get back to their own affairs. No one cares. Hero material, huh? God damn it, I forgot. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, sorry. I forgot how that could be perceived by others, right? If somebody says I fight to protect others, that seems almost egotistical and narcissistic in a way. Hero material, huh? Ain't something going to be jealous about the trait of yours? I had a cousin who tried to get rich as a Roadwarden. She kept together for maybe half a year. Was lucky enough to die in a village, not in the middle of nowhere. At least she hadn't woken up. The good folk burned her in a proper pyre. Well, nice to know that my job has a half a year life's expectancy. So tell me again, why do we hire Roadwardens to go solo? Why am I not traveling with a fellow Roadwarden? Even the Witchers from The Witcher had a castle filled with other Witchers. They had other Witchers. See, since I'm closer, I wonder if they're willing to share knowledge. I see. You know how it is, Stick. For you, it's 13. 13 coins. Okay, she still doesn't trust us enough. How about this? I have a job for your crew. Some goblins in the nearby ruins that pose a danger on the road. As long as it involves someone paying for it, I'm ready to listen. What do you know about the pack? Without interruptions, you tell as much as you can. Sorry, gassy. The coffee's fighting back. Sorry. Getting rid of them will do the trick, sure, but as long as this building's ain't raised to the ground, new beasts will move in. Sooner or later. Though I ain't one to stop you from reaching into your pouch, a brief smile quirks her lips. Now, you need to take care of some things first. Hunters or not, we won't raid a lair blindly. What do you want me to do? She lists your tasks one by one, in the meantime bending forward to brush the boar. Make sure you've looked around the entire village. My crew will get mad if it turns out that yet another lair is just behind the corner. Then, be sure there's no soul around. When we fight, we don't do rescue jobs. If we do, they cost a lot. The boy grunts and turns around, leading her to the side. Speaking of which, for you it's going to be 13 coins. God damn it. I need to build more trust. You know what? Every day, every second, I'm gonna gamble with them until they trust me more. Wait. Every day I take their money and they trust me more for it. Why? Wait. Every day the bank takes my money and I trust them as much as I can. Why? Suspicious. Very suspicious. But we'll take some of the loot we find. We won't let go of magic swords and rings just because. Not that I expect any. But who knows? Just so you know, I'll bring an axe with me. She looks at you as if you're a lunatic. We won't hit you with a stick. If you can kill a goblin, good. But we have a team. Our own words, knowledge of our strong and weak sides. We don't need you around. Just give us 2 or 3 days after you paid us, and we'll take care of it. As far as I know, Scavenger's still in the ruins. And I don't have the 13 dragons anyway, so we'll return to it. I walk away. I'm done with you. We can now get the Scavenger out. They should be asleep, the goblins, and we gave him food so he does survive a bit more. He should be a bit stronger to hold himself safe. Let's move to the ruins now. Because if we bring him back there, we should be able to get some more trust. The village remains dead. Let's see if the fish trap had any luck. I have 13 hours left. You pulled... Yo! Let's go. Dude. Oh, yes. Yes. You pull the rope and see 2 flopping fish inside. Prepare your axe to open the lid and reach for the catch. You stun the animals one by one. Holy shit. I have the perfect clip for this, but I can't find it in time. I was watching the Castlevania animated series on Netflix, okay? And I think it's the 2nd season or something. You see Alucard. Okay, wait, shit, sorry, spoilers. When my face disappears, the spoiler is done. You see Alucard just hanging out in like a river stream catching fish, right? He grabs a fish, picks it up, and karate chops the shit out of it, snapping its like neck. And I was like, that is the craziest scene ever. Why does it look so comical that he karate chopped it? And it was the funniest thing that I recorded it. And I wish I still had the recording on hand, but I'm gonna try to find it and show you guys next time. Because this is exactly what that reminds me of. With 2 careful blows on top of their heads, you then finish them off with a knife, cutting underneath the gill plates. You spend another minute or 2 bleeding out the fishes in the stream, then cover them with a waxed linen sheet. Sheet them soon, before they spoil. I step away. I set the fish trap again. You need to look for worms again, but at least sealing the lid only takes a moment. I step away. They didn't take any time at all. Scavenger's camp. The entrance to the Scavenger's hideout is open. You see scraps of metal organized in piles where the old furniture has been dismantled into loose planks and pushed in the corners. Aye, Roadster. The man looks tired and is very sticky, but he smiles at you. If you're ready, I'll start packing the tent. If you don't want to wait, start putting the iron on your mount. Be quicker. Just say the word and we can leave. I brought you some food. I'm ashamed to accept it, he answers, but takes your gift before you end your last word. Puts it in the bowl and licks his lips. Now I can stay here for at least a day more without this hunt away to my belt. But I can't last for much longer, it sure can't. Why did I give him food? We're gonna take him anyways. I guess as a measure of goodwill, right? Time to head for the pelts of the north. Hang on. There's a problem, right? Have I judged this correctly? What did Yasin say? Yasin. I need to know about Yasin. So the thing I'm thinking of, just for context, is they lead a team of big game hunters. They have the money, but does he care about the iron? What little does he care about scrap iron? They may have people, but will they even take them? They're a band of people who care about trust. And though I may be able to bring him there and be able to help them east, should I? He's also one of my only connections to the north in Howler's Den. And he seems to know Glaucia. That's the important part. He seems to know Glaucia. He knows exactly her personality, so I wonder if we can leverage him to instead ask about it. Maybe this whole time I shouldn't have led him back to the Pelt of the North. Maybe this whole time I need to use him to get to Howler's Dell. Okay. I've made up my mind. We're going to use him for our own purposes. We need to. We need to be able to figure out what's going on in Howler's Dell, and we need some sort of inn to get in much easier. We travel north. Slow down. Among the shrubs, a small pack of dragonlings is feasting on the carcass of a grey auroch. One of them, with red feathers on his arms, straightens up and gives you a curious glance. Its head tilts left and right, forward and back. It screeches at you, but doesn't move forward, and returns to its meal. You wonder what would happen if you were on foot. Would it let you be, satisfied with the prey? Would they run after you? But if so, for what reason? For now you have enough space to move forward, yet stay safe. And powerful jaws break the monster's bones loudly, then bite off and swallow chunks of meat. I ride forward, but I keep my distance and look over my shoulder. We have to use them. There's no other way. The beaten road serves your palfrey well. The forest to your left becomes sparse and brighter. There are dozens of human-made paths among the fruit-bearing trees. On your right, there's a large pasture with at least a dozen massive mufflins. What in God's name is a mufflin? They keep bringing this up. Wait, what is a mufflin? Hold up. I'm searching this up. I'm reminded of the word muffin. The Muffin Man? Yes, the Muffin Man. Not the Muffin Man. Oh wait, sorry. I got the voices mixed up. The Muffin Man? That's a mufflin? It's a sheep with horns. Oh, mufflin, mutton. Oh. I don't know if that actually makes sense. I don't know. I'm just making up shit. Two of them, already sheared, look comically small. Oh, that's pretty cute, actually. I do find sheep very funny, right? Because once you shear them, it's like they're just kind of furless. They look almost like they look weird without fur. Their heads are like way too big for their size. Soon after that, you ride alongside vast, flourishing fields, filled with rye, still green, preparing yourself patiently for the second harvest. The path ends with a massive wooden gate. The stone wall separating you from the glow of lights behind it isn't as tall as the roofs, but you can't imagine climbing to its top. There are pretty much no cracks, no missing bricks, a sum of many hours of labor, especially considering how massive the settlement is. As wide as a city district. Holy hell, this place is massive. The birds and monkeys are now just a distant echo, replaced with the sounds of carts, running, hammers, saws, laughter, and shouts. These seem to be character-defining responses as well. At the first, I can respond, finally, maybe I can rest here. Weary and tired of the road. The second, I may be able to build a different personality entirely. I don't feel comfortable in large settlements. Let's get this over with. Do I want the second one, though? The second one feels almost outside, right? As if I'm not really able to get along with people. Yet the first feels like I'm weary with my travels. Neither are necessarily traits that I want to display, but those are the choices that I have, and so I must make the choice that best fits what I want. At the very least, I don't want my character to become a recluse. Though they're a pagan, and though they've grown in their village and holds themselves true to only their people, I'm a Roadwarden. I do want to at least show that I'm at least somewhat personable, that I simply need company. In the company of a good bed, perhaps. Finally, maybe I can rest here. A young man is leaning against the closed gate, covered by its shadow. He's young, tanned, muscular, built like tree trunks. His legs, his arms wrap around, and has a short, elegantly trimmed red beard. Muted green gambeson, he wears an expensive tunic decorated with a colorful trim. From his arm hangs a steel helmet, although the metal is so thin that it's mostly made of wool and leather. He moves into the light and takes on the posture of a disciplined soldier, not a mercenary. He's standing upright with his chin up. There are two weapons on the ground, leaning on the wooden beams of the gate. An axe made of steel, and a wooden club. He doesn't reach for either. Dude, clubs hurt. Clubs seem like they hurt a lot. Sorry, I just left him like clubbing us across the head. With his big muscular arms and his big, giant, throbbing, tall trunk-like wooden club smashing us in. You dismount smoothly, still having some vigor left. Yogi, my horse, holds its tail high. A narrow path leads north toward two field workers, one with a hoe and one with a pitchfork. They wave to you. Ah, friendly. See that? They wave to you. They're accustomed to strangers coming by, and they have no reason to fear. This means two things. Immediately, this gives away two characteristics of the settlement. One, that it's safe. It is unerringly safe. It is so safe that they're willing to just say, hello, how you doing? Because they know, even outside the palisade, outside the walls, that they cannot be harmed. 2 is that they're friendly. They've dealt with travelers and strangers very often. This is a major thoroughfare of some kind. It being a major thoroughfare, then, I wonder if they know what happened to the village just south of us. They must know something, right? People from there must have traveled here on and on every single time. We need to make friends in this place. We need to know what's going on. A narrow path, they wave to you. You can't see their faces, but their clothes are simple. Gray pants and a vest made from hemp and wool. I have 2 options here. I may be friendly, and I may say casually, sure. I can wait back, why not? I can also be cautious and distant. It's better to keep some distance. I just approach the guard. I think it's best instead to wave back to them. Right? We need to show them that we're not a threat. Not even the guard seems to care about us. They keep their weapon on the side, at the ready, sure, but they're not reaching for it. They see no need. Better us to keep up the appearance of a friendly sort. We need people to trust us if we're going to be a Roadwarden. I will say that a million times over until you get tired of it, and I'll still say it even when you're tired of it. I wave back. Why not? They talk for a bit, looking towards you and pointing at your mounts, then walk away, disappearing behind the wall's corner. The guard smiles, yet avoids your eyes. Another hint. He's friendly, he's casual, but he's not afraid of us. He's seen so many strangers that we're like people just walking into a place. It's like a security guard in like a busy apartment complex. They don't really care, they just do their job and that's it. There's no trouble for the most part, and so they feel no need to be on edge. That's the clearest though before he speaks. Welcome, traveler. If you're not here to make trouble, Hallorsdale welcomes you. Oh, wait, Hallorsdale, yo! We have the whitest flower there is. And he bows, you realize it's a well-practiced performance. It was new garments you're looking for. You know, everything you need right here, in all colors, shapes, and sizes. Capes, boots, vests, robes. Or if you're yourself a master of the needle, I'd assure you we have the fabric you're looking for. His act is over, and he glances at your mount in a moment of silence. His eyes get wider as he observes it with a childlike fascination. Right! Wait, because horses are rare in the Dragonlands. Where we are right now are the Dragonlands, right? Based on the lore of our horse and what we found, the exposition given during Tulia's camp, as well as the lore that we read within the archive, horses are so rare here that most people don't even know how to ride them, and I'm assuming that most people haven't even seen one. Let me introduce you to my horse. This is Yogi. He helps me patrol the roads. You can pet it side if you want, but no sudden movements. Now, once you pet side, are you willing to let me in? I can also be disinterested and sort of cautious and keep my horse safe, but I think my horse is safe already. I'm Stick, your new Roadwarden. I want to see a mare. Do horses like to be pets? I've never seen a horse. Wait. Have I ever seen a horse in real life? I don't believe that I have. Have I ever pet a horse? I pet a pony. So, but do they like to be pets? I need to think about this, right? Because my horse is my companion. I rely on it just as it relies on me to survive in these cold, treacherous lands. And so I need to choose the right thing for my horse as well. I don't want it to be startled, but I do want it to be accustomed to people, though. I don't necessarily want it to be a recluse horse either. I need it to know who it can and can't trust, in case it ever comes to the point where I need it to go on without me. At least ahead of me. I'll let you pet it. Be kind to my horse. He follows your instructions. Even if your palfrey pays no attention to the man's careful touch, the guard grins widely. Oh, that's pretty cute. Sorry, man. Yeah, I made this old guard's day. He may not even be old. I'm Sick, your new Roadwarden. I want to see your mare. A city folk, the mare's busy, but I'll ask her. Give us a moment to let you in. He knocks at the gate, which is then pulled inwards by 2 other guards, a man and a woman wearing their own gambesons. Similarly green, but tailor-made to match their figures. The nearby buildings are simple houses made of wooden beams and covered with thatch, while the storehouse is even more modest with a roof made of planks. The watchtower has a ladder made of ropes and sticks, no stairs. Just give me a moment. The guard strides away before he finishes the last word. The others close the gate behind you and observe your mount carefully. Your eyes run east to a humming creek running through the center of the village. God damn, I should put my fish trap here. God damn it, I set my fish trap up outside the ruined village, and so it's kind of dangerous. If I put it here, though... Again, I don't know necessarily the temperament of some people inside, right? Every commune, every village, every place should always have some shady character. So there's no telling that my fish would have been safe anyways. I wait for the return of the messenger. Calming sound, eh? That's Howler's Creek. The guard, like most of the locals, is taller than you. Wide but shallow. There's never been a flood in years. Pa told me they used to be in their bridges. Neighbors crossed it with their boots in their hands. And it's clean like a raindrop. But there are never many fish. Okay, I'm fine. Imagine not having fish. Yo. My villagers by the river. Have I got a treat for you? Luxury. Because remember, the fish trap is often not used for the most part because it can be broken and stolen. And so fish are seen as a luxury. I have a luxury good. We're the cleanest village in the north. Her companion chuckles brightly. When the guard returns, he's still alone. She cannot come now. A friend of mine is in library. The mayor wants to be there when the child arrives. When I was asked to show you the village. I nod. Fine. He approaches the watchtower. Tie your mount here. We'll keep the kids away. Most of the neighbors are getting ready to celebrate. Once you're done, he grabs a rope ladder. The view from up there is gorgeous. Two different options here. What's the first one? I climb after him. Simple, pragmatic, going up. The second one is interesting. Cautious, untrusting. Am I too trustworthy about these people? Why did the music shift as soon as I said that? Why did the music get so suspicious all of a sudden? Is the game trying to tell me something? I nod and think of my knife. If it's a trap, I'll get him first. This shift of music was just too well timed. Am I cautious? Am I worried that the first sign of trouble? No, I'm trustworthy. Perhaps naive, but let nobody say that I am dangerous. I climb after him. Even though the ladder swings in all directions, the guard gets to the top quickly, like a monkey climbing up creepers. You, on the other hand, need to stop and wait for the ladder to calm itself. When you join the man on the wooden platform, you're a bit dizzy. He's leaning on the wooden parapet, observing the area with a smile. I look around. Yo! This land is massive. They were right that this place is the size of a city district. The river runs in the middle, forks the two. Houses everywhere, trees on the right, farmlands on the left, and what looks to be a graveyard on the bottom. Those crosses? Jesus, that's a lot of crosses. Oh my god, how many people have died here? Judging by the houses, there can't be more than like 10-15 families living here. Maybe even less, depending on how many of these buildings are utility, right? Storehouses, mayor, city hall, stuff like that. Watchtowers, maybe even a guardhouse. You never really know. So maybe numbering roughly 60, 50 people, I'm assuming. See? There's no place like Howler's Dell. The guard points in every direction, giving you no time to contemplate. For the next few minutes, he describes the fields and the crops, the flocks in the pastures, and the shepherds inspecting the fences. The ancient garden of trees and bushes, larger than the village itself. The sunlight dancing on the stream to its own tune. If you have to believe everything he describes, this place has access to everything in abundance. The sweetest honey, the most fragrant bread, the softest wool, and the beer. 'Tis excellent. He sounds like a city merchant who's trying to sell an old house. I need a BRB and get some more coffee in the water because my thrusty is drying up. My thrusty is clamping down on me. It's gripping too tightly. I need to loosen my thrusty up. I'll be back in, hopefully 5 minutes. It may be 10 minutes if I accidentally fall asleep on the sofa again. So, we'll see. I'll hopefully wake up in time. BRB. Ah, yes. Coffee and a snack. Something to revitalize me for the journey to come. Now, where were we left off? Ah, yes. He was trying to really sort of expand upon his beautiful settlement here. Honestly, it's pretty impressive. Let's see, well, what are options? What an annoying kid? What? Near Hovlevin, you can find 5 larger and richer settlements in less than 2 days. What? That seems callous. Far too callous. That seems weird to say. It's like, dude, like, why would you even say that? That just seems so, like, I don't know, rude. It has a sense of, egotism. Saying, like, mine's better than yours. I don't really know if I want to foster that for a character. What's the second option? No wonder he's so proud. Why wouldn't he be? They've tamed the scrap of land and live in comfort. Now that, I much more agree with. That's much more in my style. That is true. These harsh lands, I mean, they're literally north of a razed and ruined city. And somehow they have enough houses to house 60 people here. Roughly, right? Of families. The islet in the middle connects both parts of the village. According to the man, the northern gate is hardly ever opened, as it leads nowhere now. Near the eastern gate, there's the Ape Ale Inn. Eason, he gave us a little hint, right? Inns with just one name back in his lands from the south or the north said that those are bad inns. Those with two names were really good. A bed and victuals. And there's a stall where Akakios rewards at work unless we're annoying with one of his talk. That's a chuckle. Sorry, fixing up the mic. Gotta balance my mic really quick. 1 sec, sorry. On the opposite side of the creek, there's another white house. Belongs to Bian. Bian? The best clothier. The best clothier in the north. The priests live in the southeast near the wall, but they do not talk to strangers. You'll hear about the hunter, the cooper, the fisher, the miller. The pie maker lives with his sister, the baker. The smith and her husband, the carpenter, live with their kids. Some of the larger buildings could accommodate 2, maybe even 3 generations at once. There could be more than 100 dwellers here. Instead of stopping his speech, he suddenly points at the islet again. Sorry, my throat's a bit tired, so I'm gonna relax my my speech patterns a bit. There, see? The mayor is coming. The one wearing purple. You're free to join her, traveler. I nod and climb down. Try to get down quickly, but 2 steps are enough to make you sure that it's a bad idea. You wait for the ladder to find its balance. You're relieved when you touch the ground again. You untie your palfrey and follow the guard. You pass a small pasturage, surrounded by a wooden fence. You feel loose chickens and a tethered boar. The fancier buildings are covered with whitewashed coating and surrounded with vegetables, herbs, and flowers. The bridge is wide enough to carry even a wagon, but for Yogi walking in the wooden beams is far from pleasant. The islet is empty, but he knows an empty stall painted with the shapes of colorful flowers. I walk over the second bridge. Along the entire path, you notice more and more people, observing you, smiling, or casually greeting you as they focus on their tasks. Finally, you reach the main square. A large tree goes in the center, surrounded by dark water, held together by a thin wall, perfect for sitting. But smell coming from the liquid makes you think of rotten eggs. The plant reminds you of the tree you saw in the south, next to the swamp altar. In the north, you see the Ape Ale Inn. Judging by the tables, stools, and benches outside of it, it's ready for guests. Yeah, I definitely need to speak in my sort of casual tone because it's starting to hurt my throat. So you're gonna hear me get a bit more quiet. So I'll get close to the mic and hopefully it's still audible for you guys. The villagers are chatting and dining loudly, and you catch the curious glances. Inside the dining area, the merchant is arguing with a tall, broad-shouldered worker. An old man is sitting by himself eating a pie with a walking stick leaning against the table. A young woman is cleaning the empty mugs in the creek, speaking with a man at least twice her age, maybe her father. I need a spot to tether Yogi, my horse. Wow, nice. It's actually zoomed in. There's a wide wooden roof right next to the gate that shelters carts, crates, and sacks. You move your mount next to a donkey, to a beam placed here just for this purpose. For the moment of hesitation, Yogi starts to chew in the nearby haystack. You have some time to make sure it doesn't struggle with your bundles. You return to the inn. I look for the mare and approach her. Wait, isn't she busy with a pregnancy? Or her friend's pregnancy? She's sitting on a chair with a 4-year-old boy on her knees. She's holding his hand gently, showing him how to eat gruel from a bowl. It's not sheep meal though. It's but nuts, berries, and milk. The added honey makes it yellowish. The kid is clean and quiet. Once he notices your arrival, he crams his mouth with a spoonful of oats. Now, love, the mare titters. Do they get distracted? She rubs the meal off his face. A few more spoons and you'll go help Papa in the kitchen, eh? She gives you a radiant though apologetic smile, then turns her attention back to her companion. I observe her more closely. Her long, full-sleeved linen dress must have been dyed once in blue and once in red to achieve its dark, fancy purple, which would draw looks even in Hovloven. From her left shoulder hangs a green woolen cape, as thin as a shawl. The brown belt on her waist has a large steel buckle that portrays a running deer with unrealistically large antlers, growing in all directions like tree branches. Unlike her tribesfolk, she's pale, with powdered and rouged lips, and her lips match her effort, though they're a bit closer to wine red. The thick gray strands in her long blonde hair look more like a fashion choice than the result of aging. Her eyes are the color of her cape, keen and vigorous. She's shorter than most people around, though would still be the tallest woman in most of the northern settlements. Huh? Oh, right, because we're the southern settlements. Like Hovlevin and the rest are the southerns. So wait, so Iason from the Pelts is from the north. Right, okay. While she's around 40, her slim hands add fragility to her appearance. Even though her posture is upright, her legs confidently crossed, and her delicate voice assertive. She makes plenty of gestures, but her shoulders hardly ever move. There's two options here. Both very interesting, right? I can either wait for as long as it takes, or I can simply push forward on my own. I need no invitations. I sit down on a bench. I think we need... Okay, if she's the mayor, right? We need to be on her good side. If we just push her way in, she's not going to appreciate that. Remember, we don't know this place. We don't know these people. The mayor, too, seems to be very acquainted with the people around here. Either that's her child or not her child, but we'll have to see, right? Actually, were it her child, she would have said, "You're going to help Papa." Instead, she said, "You're going to help your Papa," right? In a very sort of distant way, saying, "Hey, your father, not my man," right? So, she is very close to her people. She is a mayor of the people. And so for us to simply walk in and, to saunter in as if we own the place, it's going to make a bad impression. I think we need to wait for as long as it takes, and we wait for her to let us in. This is her realm, not ours. After a few more minutes, the boy lets out a gentle cough, and after a pat on the back, the mayor puts him on the ground. "You did a great job, love. But now I need to speak with our guest. Darling," she addresses one of the inn workers. "A girl close to 15. Take him to father, will you?" Her tones... Take him to father, will you? Her tone suddenly gets firmer, leaving no hint of a question or suggestion. "Yes, Ma," she responds. Both her hair and her eyes are nothing like those of her brother, and neither of the kids resemble their mother. So it is the mother, okay. "So, we're the Roadwarden again. Please, sit down." She vaguely shows you the palm of her open hand, letting you pick any place you want. Okay, this is interesting. Both responses are very interesting, right? The first is, since I'm her guest, I sit on the bench next to her. But that implies that I'm her guest. She does invite me to sit down, but does that mean that I'm her guest necessarily, right? Does she see me as a guest, or does she see me as a trade partner? Do I see myself as a trade partner? Should I sit in the stool opposite to her, then, to signify that? Let's be more comfortable with her, right? She's a strong person, but she's friendly. She seems to be the type of person who is strong, very forthcoming with her stuff, knows what she wants, right? Is a very powerful leader, but is willing to help you and give you as much as she can in order to help you too. She seems to be a person who seems to understand that she needs the people around here. Since I'm her guest, I sit on a bench next to her. The flowing water hits silently the rocks and wooden stakes around the aisle, and splits into two stream beds. In Hovlevin, the river is surrounded by tall walls, taking the banks from deterioration, and the water is seldom free from dirt. Here, the smell is as fresh as it would be in the woods. The mayor observes your outfit carefully, smiling at you with kind approval. Once your eyes meet, she hardly ever looks away. Her voice gets much warmer. "I'm sure you're hungry. My husband will bring us something soon." That's interesting. These responses are very interesting. The first is, "I appreciate it." Very as it is, right? Accept the gift as it is and simply say no more. The second is, "No food is free." In a way that's both pragmatic but also distrusting. As if I don't trust what they offer me. As if I spit in the face of the gift. I look a horse in the mouth. I look Yogi in the mouth. The third is, "I'm not hungry, thanks." Outright rejecting it. I don't know if I really want this. I need to be on their good side, right? But it's difficult for me to choose. The third is almost assuredly a no-go. The first seems like the most neutral. The second seems like the most risky. I still don't know exactly what they're after and what they want and what they think of Roadwardens in general. Again, remember, what we learned from the old man further southwest was that Astarion disappeared, and and he had probably many people who wanted him to disappear. He had a lot of money on him, and the people in the north here in Halloysdale know something about him. Think too about what the scavenger told us about either the mayor or Glaucia. We shouldn't ask where she gets her money. I think we be as neutral as we can until we understand more about what's going on here. Let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. I appreciate it. Do not mention it. Hunger makes me peevish, and the day is too nice for that. She taps her chest and looks at a flock of birds that fly above you loudly, heading south. As we're waiting, be so good as to help me understand something. Ever if you are but a mercenary, I can never imagine a single reason for you to choose this realm for your wounding, near so long after Asterian's disappearance. There's near glory a treasure to find here. Her pale fingers form a tent on my stomach, and clasped, leaving the 4 fingers pointed at you. I like that description. You can immediately imagine it in your mind, right? You sit hands crossed and then point at you, very strongly, almost like a I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like a power stance of some sort, right? Really putting forward like, hey, you're now the focus of attention. That's a very evocative way to like say it, to write it out and to sort of describe her actions. I really like the writing in this game. You were sent here by the merchants. They want the peninsula. God damn it, she read me like a book. Oh my god, was that text on the screen the entire time? Sorry, I didn't realize. Okay. But we now have a problem. She knows why we're here. She read the situation perfectly. She saw what was going on, and she would realize, okay, why did they send a second Roadwarden? It doesn't make any sense. She knows. Now, there are different things we can say, right? There's no point lying to her. She's not just guessing, I don't think. Because she would have known. Asterian must have told her something as well. Because if you think about it, if Hovlevin hired us, they must have hired Asterian as well. Is that true? Wait. Journal, humans, Asterian. The previous Roadwarden. He disappeared a couple of months ago under unknown circumstances. The merchants would like to find out what happened to him. The merchants in Hovlevin. Short but broad-shouldered, red hair and beard, pale. Where's Male? Rides on a 4-legged lizard. Sorry. My throat. According to Tulia, he was a bit of a recluse, constantly on the move, looking for work. Since he disappeared before summer, he may already be dead. And his kids live near Hovlevin. See that? So, were I to be hired by Hovlevin in order to scout out the peninsula, in order to turn it into a realm land, right? Asterian must have been hired for the same reason as well. He comes from the same place, they must have sent him the same contract. And why wouldn't they try again? They still do want it. She must already know. There's no point lying to her. There's no point trying to hide it from her. I think now we have to give her honesty. Even those treacherous or not, all appreciate honesty. Either as a tool to manipulate us with, or simply as a sign that they can trust us. That just as we trust them. But let's see the options. Which one gives the most honesty? Let's see what the friendly option has. I present Hovlevin's interest as an opportunity. How about playful? I portray the situation as lightly as I can. Don't even try to downplay it. She's not a mayor for no reason, right? How about distance? I simply explain the situation. Intimidating? I mean, clear that collaborating with the city would keep our people safe. That is the worst thing to say because they don't seem to need us. Think about it. We've just left the inn, right? They struggle every day and every night against monsters. Halloysdale, much larger than this, must face hundreds more, dozens more, right? At least. They're much larger, so much more ground to cover, so much more noise, so much more space. When we were walking up, the noise of life, sort of filled the air around us. If we can hear it, so can the beasts of the land. They don't need safety. There's no point threatening her because she would immediately disregard what we're saying. There's a ruined village to the south as well. Whatever happened to them could have happened to Halloysdale, and yet it didn't. Halloysdale still lives, still stands strong. They need no help. Threatening them won't work. What about being vulnerable? Well, she caught me. Now, I don't hide the fact that the guild needs new opportunities. And I think this is the best option, right? Let us Abstain from dishonesty. Well, you caught me. I won't hide the fact that the guild needs new opportunities. You introduce yourself and confirm her suspicions. The war was merciless for the coastal cities, and now the chief is in agreement with the merchants. Together, we're stronger. You touch on the more obvious parts of a potential deal with the city, such as taxes, but you draw attention back to the matters of safety. Keeping to yourself, you put your people at risk. Your voice shakes slightly. I didn't want to be unconfident. I simply wanted to be honest and vulnerable, not unconfident. By joining the 10 cities, you'll protect your people, your land. Throughout your speech, the mayor observes you without interruptions, but her fingers are tapping on the deer buckle with frustration. Finally, she takes a deep breath and looks away at her tribesfolk. It's foolish of you to assume our weakness, Stick. You don't need guidance from the cities, nor protection. I agree. You don't need help. You have to find more than survival. I agree. She wants prosperity. She wants riches for her people. The riches and the bitches. Sorry. These phrases appear in my mind like I just can't stop myself from saying it. Good time for coffee. Maybe I've had too much coffee. Maybe. Sweet, delicious Vietnamese coffee. The juice of the motherland. That's a weird thing to say. Why is my person so weak? That's what I wanted to say, but I should have paid more attention to the fact that vulnerable also means like cowardly in a sense, right? That I'm going to be overpowered. When she looks directly into your eyes, you flinch. I need real partners. Ones who will aid us in our growth. Ones that don't hide any catch in their promises. Her accent is now almost identical to the one used in the city. Because, and this is a very telling sentence, I love the imagery of this sentence. It has such a strong and poignant piece of writing, right? Her accent is now almost identical to the one used in the city because she speaks on behalf of the people. She is now not her voice. She is the voice of the people of this city. She is the mayor of the city speaking to me today, not just her. The warmth that we saw before, that was her personality. But this is her duty that she's asking us for. She needs real partners to take care of those who follow her, who believe in her, who trust her. This is a beautiful sentence. Just absolutely beautiful sentence. I have 3 options though. The first seems almost deflectionary. What sort of catch? As if to feign ignorance. I don't necessarily want that. I don't want to hide behind words. I want to give her trust and truth. She's being honest with me here. She's being incredibly honest with me. This is a much more vulnerable state for her as well. That she needs partners. She didn't try to hide anything. She didn't try to make the deal better for her. She simply said, this is what we need. What my people want and what my people need. Can you offer it? She was vulnerable too, as I was to her. The second option is interesting as well. You don't have to trust anyone blindly. The negotiations can satisfy both sides. But even I don't know that, right? We, the player, are thrust into this world, into the shell, as they call it. This body, this mortal coil. A coil that is not our own. We only know so much as we determine based on our actions and our decisions made through and through every single time we are given that choice. And so we don't know anything about the contract other than, yeah, they simply want the realm. I don't know if Havlofin will actually treat them well. Remember, this is a land where the major religious force, the Church of the United, is also a military force. It's also a legal force. Where there is no hesitancy about wiping out those who resist them in the name of heresy, right? And so it behooves us to not necessarily say this, because even we don't know that. The third, I think, is the most pragmatic and neutral one. You're speaking from experience, I assume, right? This at least gives her the opportunity to explain to us, and we don't put any assumptions. We don't put any statements. This is us in asking in a roundabout way, you must have experience in this. What do you know? Do I really sound that confident? She titters and waves her hand by her chin as if you just offered her a compliment. I've seen such negotiations during my studies, though I can't say I took an active part in them. Let me show you an example. She theatrically clears her throat, patting her chest with one hand and covering her mouth with another, then leans forward to rest on her elbows, allowing her hands to freely make gestures. You make a deal with the settlements. Flour and wool in exchange for coins and tools. You send the first traders, and imply that you're ready to pay for more. Let's say parchment. Months later, you want no more rye, just the parchment and wool. We cannot butcher any more mufflins, the locals say. Don't worry, you answer. We'll send you a small flock. Just turn one of your fields into a pasturage. Sorry, gassy. As she pretends to speak as different characters, her voice comically shifts. She has no issue switching between accents. I see. Okay, these options are weird. Sorry, gassy. Oh god. I may either encourage her with a kind smile, which in a way also feels a bit patronizing. I may also keep a straight face and simply say, okay, I'm just observing, right? The first can be taken either as a patronizing attack, not an attack, but it can be seen as a patronizing action of like, oh yes, continue on with your play. But she's not doing this as a play. She's explaining to us something that actually happens, right? And so I worry that encouraging her with a kind smile may be taken the wrong way. She's using this as a play stage to talk about a real serious issue. And so I worry that this first one will give that the wrong impression that we're simply disregarding what she says. The second one seems the most neutral. We'll keep a straight face for now. I don't want to... No, but then... I want to play too! I encourage her with a kind smile. I want to play. You get to play, I want to play. She swings her hand above the table. Another year goes by, and while there's more parchment, the village lacks some crops. The tribe needs not just tools and coins, plenty of coins, but also seeds, and the guild is not satisfied. Sending our wagons costs a lot, and there are more highwaymen now. They want us to come again, you need more mufflins. And to sell us their cheese. And guess what? With a haunting laugh, she straightens up and spreads her arms like someone a third of her age. Turns out that the village can't say no anymore. They lack supplies, seed, and land. They can't refuse. What's the first option? I nod. She's right, and it's better not to say anything stupid. The second option is, don't you think the city would see value in keeping you strong? Fewer risk in them. This is naive. The third is I smile. I have no doubt that a sprightly lady like yourself is going to protect other people from these games. The first option is agreeing with her, and I do personally agree as well. Right? You can't be foolish to assume that every trade deal is going to work fairly for everyone. Business is business, and they're going to negotiate in their best interest first before yours. And if they can use you to further their own needs, why wouldn't they? They have no responsibility to you. The second one is absolutely naive. That's ignoring all the lore, all the understanding that we have from reading the archive of these lands and how the people operate. And even just like knowing human nature. Those in power seek to retain that power. Why would they lose it? Power brings opportunity. Power brings safety. Power begets more power. The riches and the bitches. I need to stop saying that. Sorry, it just keeps popping into my head, you know? The riches and the bitches. It's also misogynistic to say, so I do need this up. But anyways. And so why would they give that power up? Right? And why would they even bother keeping villages strong? To keep your subjects strong is to risk one day being tossed out with the wind. You can't risk a revolution. Remember, these lands are wild and the people even wilder. These are tribes that are uniting under a common banner, but they don't have common beliefs. No, every single one has a different belief, a different system. Their loyalty is to themselves. Though they may exist under the same banner, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're all together under one purpose. The third is callous. It's cruel and it's needless. It feels like the worst choice I could make as a Roadwarden. Here I am, a stranger coming to their lands, giving them all the responsibility, all the pressure, all the cons and none of the pros. I simply say, here, I am but a messenger, not a Roadwarden, but a simple courier. I give you a message and you respond in kind. Whatever you say doesn't affect me. I simply travel the roads. I don't ward them. But the first is the best. I'm a Roadwarden. Remember, I have a duty to people across the entire world. Not just the kingdom that hired me. Not just Hovlevin. All people in my wath. In my path. In my wath? In my way, in my path, in my wath. Wop. Sorry, 1 second. I almost forgot. I nod. She's right, and it's better not to say anything stupid. The pause doesn't linger for long. I see when we understand each other. Let's finish the introductions. I'm Theus, one of the keepers of the Ape Ale Inn and the mayor of Howler's Den. I assume it would be convenient for you to take my answer back to Hovlevin. She wonders for a moment. Say, when could we expect the first caravan? After winter. Depends on what you can sell and what you want in return. While the conversation goes on, the food... Yo. My mirror in the village, thank you. Thank you, Theris. Dude, my cook in the kitchen, thank you. Thank you. Holy shit. I'm so full, my stomach could burst. Is that a bad thing, actually? Nah, I'm good. But the conversation goes on, the food gets served. The refreshing aroma of roasted mutton, covered with a thick sauce made of mint, parsley, and honey. Oh, Jesus Christ, that sounds so good. Tempts you to bite in right away. The juices are sinking into the round trencher. A plate's made of simple brown bread. There's also a small bowl filled with chopped red radishes and a slice of boiled egg, and a mug filled with cold buttermilk. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's all brought by a few young people, all of them referring to the mayor as their mother. Ah, she has a mother... Don't say it. Don't say it, Stick. Don't say it. This village has a mommy fetish. And in the end, the innkeeper himself shows up to wish you a good meal. He was wearing a clean orange tunic and a not-so-clean apron made of hemp. He politely introduces himself as Eric's, and after confirming you won't get sick from what he prepared, he leaves you and his wife to your conversation. Oh, wait, so he is the cook, but also his wife is the mayor. Fascinating. Now, that sort of... all that was said also sort of tells a lot about what's going on, right? A lot. It's not a mommy fetish that this village has. She simply takes care of them like a mother would her children. They trust her like a mother. All of them. And so it's very telling how she does so. They and her have a strong relationship with one another. She also seems to have... how do I say this? Probably no qualms about a conflict of interests. Her husband running the inn is perhaps a huge conflict of interest, simply being a cook. Though perhaps it could also be telling in that he is working with the people, but still. It seems strange that they wouldn't let one of the other villagers do it, right? Thace tears it. Okay, here we go. Thace tears the meat into smaller pieces and eats slowly, often expressing her enjoyment with a hum. Meanwhile, we get to the important stuff. Sounds like the nearby ground is fertile. The village would gladly pay its taxes in grain and vegetables with the expectation that the squad's soldiers would provide additional protection. Our youth are strong, she claims proudly, so we don't need your guards on our walls. But a lone Roadwarden won't keep the roads passable. Big true. Massively true. Why the hell did they send one person? Where is my soldier? You know, where is my regiment of soldiers? We need fighters willing to patrol the paths, maybe even the hearts of the woods. That's what we expect in return. You're not an expert when it comes to linen, cheese, and wool, so Smith spends a good couple of minutes describing the outstanding quality of what the village has to offer. Especially the clothes, which are meant to be as unique as those made by Master Crispus. You vaguely recognize the name of this tailor shoemaker, but you've never had enough to pay him for as much as a single sleeve. And of course, we would never reject some steel and bronze. We lack alloys for sickles and scythes. She repeats her question about studying a trade route. Oh my god, I'm sorry, was that dog there the whole time? Oh no. That dog's name is Sid, from A Summer with the Shiba Inu. She talks, she's like 27 years old, it's crazy. Check out my VODs for more info about the game. Slip in an advertisement there. She then repeats her question about starting a trade route. Truth be told, the guild is not sure what the peninsula has to offer. It's gonna take more than your village to convince them. Understandable, but you won't find much in the other tribes. They barely have enough to survive even after they trade for our crops, for we have the only decent soil in this realm. At least the people of Gale Rocks have salt and barrels of fish, while Creek sells meat and wood. Actually, she haven't been in Creeks yet, the farthest village in the northeast. You could give them a chance. She nods with a smile. You could use your help with keeping the roads safe. White marshes, on the other hand, as well as old pagos, are close to worthless. For a trade route, that is, she closes her throat. After these words, she stands up, walks to another table, and offers her trencher to an elderly man who sits there by himself. With a trembling voice, he thanks her and starts to chew on the soggy bread. Another demonstration of her commitment to her people. She sits down, wipes her hand into a clean cloth, adjusts the folds of her cape, and once again crosses her legs. So, tell me, Stick, how's Hovlevin? I haven't gathered much news since the invasion. Things stay humble, but are starting to look brighter. The harbor is full of life and the kids real strong. This is also another lore choice that we get to make about the world around us. But this time, not about ourselves, but literally about the world around us. We seem to be able to dictate the lore and the setting that we're in as well. We are not necessarily beholden to what the authors write. We have a choice as well in deciding how things really are. Second option is sometimes better, sometimes worse. Not everyone has their own bed, but the new generation is ready to start their own fight. The third is probably the worst. It's far from great. Children who lost their parents during the war have no trade in hand. There's not enough semblance to send them away. Many people are unable to prosper. The thing is, I don't really know, right? This is us deciding, is it not? Were I to check the groups and places and check what's about Hovlevin, one of the greatest harbors in the Dragonwood, and the heart of the northwestern province of the 10 cities. It has a local monastery with all kinds of plants. This is what I made. I defined this talking to the old man. See that? I'm defining history here. I can decide here and there. But if it's... I need to think about this, right? Because these are about the new generation there. How is it for the younger generations building their life now? Not necessarily for the old guard. It could be the greatest harbor only because of the efforts of the old guard, because of the military interest there, right? But is it really good for the people? That's what she's asking us. That's what we're able to define. I get it now. We're defining how it is for the people, the regular citizenry of that kingdom, of Hovlevin. We're not defining what it is in this world. We know it's a great harbor. But how is it really like for the people there? What was my assessment of it? This is a tough choice, because there's nothing. There is no pre-knowledge that we can rely on. There are no contextual hints. There's no right answer. There's probably no wrong answer either. It's what we define it as. Do we give hope to this hopeless world? Or do we give truth to the treachery around us? Let me think about this for a second. Sorry. This is actually a big choice. Huh. The one thing I know for sure, we are not going to go for the middle. Neutral is the most boring option, right? To have flavor, you must have tension, you must have conflict. To have story, to have interest, you must build a world that has ups and downs. You cannot simply be it cannot simply be the milquetoast of fantasy, right? And I think it's like this. Think about it. We know at least the war, right? What about the war? Wrath of the Herds. Wait a minute. This is what the old man was talking about. This is new. Whenever the Northerners interfere greatly with nature in a short time span, clearing the forest, making roads, creating new fields, killing large amounts of wild game. Especially during seasons other than spring, the wild creatures from rodents to dragons join forces to remove the threat. The animals can't get through the walls of the 10 cities. The state doesn't have power to just expand its control as it pleases. The territorial expansion of the Northerners is extremely slow, and every city has at least 1,000 years of history behind it. This phenomenon doesn't occur in other parts of the world. What about the war then? Warfare. No. This is just how they this is how they conduct war. But what about the war? The 10 cities. Here we go. A bit of context. The states fell a generation ago, but the idea of it still unites the city folk and those villagers who collaborate with the cities closely. The so-called barbarians for the southern tribes have pillaged their realm, pushing the locals away from the growing mountains. Many settlements have been pillaged, burnt, or abandoned. While the cities still stand, their governments can't maintain the old order, splitting its power with the churches and merchant guilds. As these groups compete with each other, they're additionally weakened by their petty games. There's only 9 of the 10 cities left, with the last one being overrun by scavengers, undead, and monsters. The remaining ones are ruled independently by their own chiefs, controlling the territory that belongs to their province. They're focused on maintaining the taxation system to feed the officials, artisans, scholars, mages, soldiers, and artists. They collaborate with the nearby villages, or settle in newer areas, but there's not many people interested in such a dangerous venture. Aside from protecting those living among the walls, the cities patrol the roads, pay the innkeepers to maintain shelters, guard the temples and chapels of the United Church, send soldiers to settlements, and hunt for the undead, unusual beasts, or criminals, though if possible, the soldiers would rather hire specialists to take care of such tasks. The villagers collaborate with the cities by signing taxation deals. Their representatives, usually the elected mayors, are paid for learning how to read, collecting taxes, and maintaining order. I read this before already. Oops, my apologies. I did read this before. Tribes. The sudden invasion. This was the war, the invasion. Oh my god, I haven't read this though. Since the rise of the 10 cities, their states, priests, and artists have portrayed the land south of the growing mountains as barbaric, primitive, and inferior. The pagan beliefs and technological advancements of the barbarians were mocked and diminished, while the corsairs who were sent against them to pillage were seen as just servants of Right's people. These were the times of a complex mix of bigotry, cruelty, and the arms races. The nations living in the deserts joined forces, not always willingly, with the realms from even deeper south, which strengthened their defenses and allowed them to push against the cities. A turning point occurred when the alchemists introduced black powder to the nations in the south. Oh my god, it's gunpowder. Oh my god, it's the invention of firearms again. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. It's just like real life. 25 years ago, the tribes launched a massive campaign through the growing mountains, this time using a new weapon to take down the unprepared strongholds. The cities, unaware of the existence of explosives, took heavy losses. The clans of the growing mountains knew they could do nothing to stop the enemy troops and let them pass freely. The invaders set their camps at the feet of the mountains and began their expansion. The city forces, weakened by the plague, weren't able to keep up with the numbers of the tribes, this time prepared for guerrilla warfare. The invaders conquered multiple settlements, releasing slaves and gaining valuable knowledge. The settlers realized they should avoid the cities at any cost, slowly moving towards the northern coast, and fighting over the villages and lesser military outposts, either burning them to the ground or sparing them in exchange for food and other forms of support. After just 3 years, the war already had its winner, but the cities refused to give up no matter the cost. When the southern tribes finally took control over a couple provinces at once, they used new supplies of black powder too, for the first time in history, to conquer one of the cities. Since the Empress was nowhere to be found, the imperial court surrendered in her name. I don't know about you, but bombs seem pretty detrimental to people living there. Very detrimental. So, I think we should say yes. There's been a great pain for the people living here. Great pain. It's far from great. Children who lost their parents during the war have no trade in hand. There's not enough settlements to send them away. Many people are unable to prosper. Sorry, fixing the mic. Getting a good position so that it sounds fine to all ears. Couldn't be easy, not after all the blows that landed on a place. That's the thing with the work of humans, isn't it? The house you build for half a year turns to dust with a single storm. The proud city falls, the emperor's mask shatters. The children from this village, she glances at the young girl cleaning the table, are just as fragile. They have food, clothes, and walls, but there will be a time of disaster. And once it strikes, and only then, they'll take to heart the same lesson that the cities had to learn. And they'll be forgotten, again after the next sunny spring. She pauses and looks at you with a sad smile. But don't let me babble any longer. What can I do for you, Stick? What did Iason say? Are we supposed to say to Galakia not to not to ask about her money? Or was it Theus? A rich woman, we shouldn't ask about her money, right? I vaguely remember. The scavenger said do not ask about her or money because you don't want to know. It's like that scene in what's that Atlantis movie? It's like the movie where the researcher goes down to find Atlantis and he finds like an ancient city or something. And the ship cook or something. And it's like, you don't want to know. They told me and they weren't supposed to tell me. You don't want to know, you know? It's exactly like that. I'm trying to figure out which one he mentioned. If I assume Theus, then it's probably best not to ask. Now the thing is that she's helping me because she also needs help in some way. So I'm curious. I need to ask about this. Wait, the innkeeper feels uneasy about Glaucia's band? Okay, I misread my quest. According to Pelton Keep, Glaucia and a band have broken the truce with the local villages. So maybe 2 dragons if I get in touch with Theus, the mayor of Hallisdale, and bring him her response. It looks like the bands have been especially harsh towards White Marshes. Oh! So Glaucia is a bandit. She is not a good person. She is a bandit. Well, that changes my plan somewhat. Let's ask about the village. I think she'd appreciate that. Tell me about Hallisdale. It is what it seems like. The greatest village in the far north. She raises her hand and makes an inviting gesture. Though I still hope to improve this and that, she winks at you, but suddenly interrupted by the pained cry of a little boy who hurt his knee during a fall. As an amused elder tries to calm him down, the mayor shrugs off and titters, then meets her eyes again. What in the world is titters? I know titties, what the hell is titters? What the fuck is that? I know titties, so what's titters? That just sounds like titties. What? Titter. Give a short, half-suppressed laugh, a giggle. TIL. We learned something new today, chat. Titters is not titties. It just sounds. It's like what? Then meets her eyes again. Life's good here. We have what we need and a lot of what we want. Building on top of more than 12 generations of hard work and bravery, she spends a good few minutes telling you about mufflins, wheat, rye, hemp, cheese, and wool. Proud of every glimpse of prosperity. Whenever she mentions an artisan, shepherd, or farmer, she doesn't miss a chance to mention how significantly she improved their conditions. Proud, not egotistical, not narcissistic, but proud, because she put in the effort. She also omits some topics. You have no tales, songs, ancestors, rituals, or days of prayer. It's like listening to a tax collector. Only at the very end of her speech does she mention the wisdom of the elders. Now kept in the teachings of the druids who help her guide those who trust her. This is what the old man was. They heal our wounds in our gardens, she explains, but then changes the topic to all the fruit trees, hares, and nuts in the woods. She is trying to avoid the topic. Why? How do they heal it? And if the old man has to painfully sacrifice every day, again, I think I get a sense of what's going on here, right? She's avoiding it with the wisdom of the elders and the druids. We know that the old man is a druid, and we know that the old man is connected to the altar with the large tree. And now we start to get a sense of what's really going on here. They have to painfully sacrifice every single time something to the large tree. This large tree is so close to a ruined village that it makes me wonder, did they stop giving offerings themselves? How is Hallisdale allowed to sort of live for so long in such a dangerous land? When she's done with it, I nod politely, a bit suspicious. I wonder, back in Hovlevin, spend any time in Backwood Corner. This was a dark, dirty alley with muggers working, even in daylight. I stayed there with Octavia, the miller, in exchange for doing chores for her. She had this small wooden hut. Another question that lets us build the lore. Since the war, even the soldiers have avoided that street. People say it's a home for thugs. That's an interesting way of saying, like, oh yeah, it's like a very dangerous road now. But the way she's asking seems to be like she's asking about Octavia. She wants to know what happened to her. I could also say that I wouldn't recognize it. It's down a respectable street with one of the fanciest inns in the city, the Apple and the Boar. I could instead say it would make you feel like you're in the old days. The Boarhead Inn is almost 50 years now, old now. I may also say there's no such street anymore. Fell to a great fire. You could wipe the existence off the map. trying to think of timelines, right? What's the best fit for the kind of world that I'm wanting to build? This is a weird, interesting use of choices. Usually, narrative choices in games like this are used to allow you to determine your path, but through an otherwise defined setting. You're not allowed to change the world so heavily like this. You're not even allowed to define it. As a player, you are not the author of the world. You live in its lore, you're steeped in it. You become a part of it, but you will never be the master of it. Yet here, it lets you be not only the master of your fate, but the master of the fates of those around you as well. That's a very interesting way of doing it. Fascinating. It's a hard choice though. Because again, I feel like a DM in like a D&D match. What kind of world do I want to build? Do I want to build one that is struggling to survive? Sticking with its, ideas of war and distrust among throughout the realm and trying to rebuild to a greater time, a greater life? And do I instead wish to break that cycle and say that no, they are able to survive. We are able to rebuild. Do I have hope for this world? I'm a Roadwarden who serves the road, and so in a way I am the hope. But is that enough? Can one person really change all of this? And so does it make sense for me to affect the world so heavily towards that happy ending? I think we leave it as is, right? Even though the war must have been destructive, if we're going with that theme, it probably was kept mostly the same. Why would people move on from familiarity? If we just examine it from a human perspective, why would people want to walk away from that familiar place? It doesn't make any sense. Sorry, fixing my chair really quick. Let's say that even the soldiers avoid the street, it's still a home for thugs. Since the war, at least. Ah, dear. Is that so? Maybe it was bound to happen. Kindness and hospitality don't bloom in days of hunger. I hope the good old lady of the Warhead Inn didn't have to see that. She did her best to keep the children off the street. Must have been heartbreaking to see them turn against each other. God damn it, now I feel bad. But it's if that's the world that we're going for, that we've kind of put ourselves on, that we've written ourselves into, it's better to keep it going, right? Now, I don't want to talk about business with her. I also don't want to talk about her money, but let's see how she reacts. I do want to talk about the area surrounding, though. And I will... asking about the ruined village is definitely dangerous, right? Because we don't know how she'll react. We don't even know her part to play in it, right? They're so close as to be neighbors, effectively, and I'm sure villagers would have traded with one another many times in order to stay alive. Merchants alone couldn't be able to sustain it. And she mentioned, too, that her land is the most prosperous, most fertile. So of course people would trade with her for food, but was that the case back then? What do you think about the scavenger who was here before? It's very interesting. I think it's worth it to ask this just to see if we should bring him here or to the Pelt of the North. I could also continue on with my quest in the Pelt of the North, saying that the innkeeper at least feels uneasy about Glockia's band. I can also bring up the altar and see what she says. I can say that, this seems to be an altar with a tree, and see if she accidentally lets go of any hints. For now, we shall ask about the scavenger first. He's still alive, she says with distaste. He brought some news from the north and paid off his debtors, but he's an idler and a prattler. Drinks, too. The farther away he stays from her, the better. That changes my game plan. We dump him in the Pelt of the North, right? We can gamble with them to build trust with them. That's fine. But this village, Howler's Dell, is much more complex. We don't know how hard it will be to sort of build a relationship with everybody here. At least at the inn, it's fairly easy. Just be useful. They'll trust that. I saw a weird tree south from her, the one with the altar standing in front of it. She straightens up and raises her chin. You mean Beholder, the guardian spirit of our wetlands? I knew it. There is a spirit. Every fall, we bring in our gifts, and in return, we provide us with its blessed fruit, the flesh of the forest. She stares into your eyes. It's older than the oldest books and the oldest thoughts. The druids help us honor its sleep and show us how to ask for its help. None of these rituals, she scoffs, would be of use for you. They needed to eat food and to survive. I could use it to get food for my travels, such that I have always some handy way to get rations, at least in this part of the land. If we are to look at the map, right? Look at how much more of the land we have to discover. We haven't even gone east yet. At least in this western side, if we are to learn the secrets of the tree of Beholder, we can utilize it and gain rations to at least explore this part of the map. In the east, we can rely on the pelt of the north, as much as we can at least, and as well as Hallow's Dell if we can stock up here for cheap. Now, I need the BRB, I need to use the washroom. My apologies. I'll be back really quick. Sorry about that. Back to it. So, we still have a couple other questions to ask. I do want to ask you about the village, but let's ask more neutral questions first. Right? Everybody hates necromancers, right? Have you heard of the necromancers in the north? She taps her fingers on the table. Yes, I have. If you ask her to tell you more, she seems to regain her confidence. You mean White Marshes for sure. I don't know all that much about what's happening there. We avoid their lands if we can. She frowns. I shouldn't gossip about it with strangers. We can talk about it on another occasion. So she seems to know a lot that's going on there. That's strange. I'm curious what she knows, actually. 1 second, sorry. Well, she's not willing to talk about that. Maybe she's willing to talk about the ruined village. I was in the ruined village south from her. Her tense gaze shifts into an awkward click of her tongue as she leans away from you. I don't even want to think about that tragic fate. So she was not a part of it. She just knows about it, but she wasn't a cause of it. No one can negotiate with the wrath of the herds. Hang on. We know about this. There's a bestiary entry on this. Wrath of the herds. Oh, I know what happened then. Remember, one of the things when we were there that we saw was that they seemed to have farmlands around there. But also, they were planting trees to cut down an entire forest of sorts. That must be related to what happened then. They must have been trying to cull the land quickly in order to grow as quickly as they could, to become as prosperous or even more prosperous. And though this still doesn't necessarily absolve Hallow's Dell of any responsibility in their fates, it does at least give some answers as to what happened. At least if we can trust at least the words of her saying the wrath of the herds, which I do believe. The lands in the west here seem to be highly tied towards nature, the respect of it as well as the fear of it, as well as the consequences of meddling in it. And I better not find you upsetting my neighbors with these sad questions. It was a challenging time for all of us. The wound we won't forget. Fair? Let's talk about Galakia. How's it the pelt to the north? The innkeeper feels uneasy about Galakia's band. When you mentioned the raids in the northern villages, her eyes narrow. Are you sure? So first I've heard about it. Galakia has been around since years back, but she's not much of a nuisance. I'm just a messenger. He's asking for you to join forces with him. Well, I can't give you my answer. I won't ask our hunters to endanger their lives in the pursuit of some gossip. Sorry, I'm like peeking on the mic, sorry about that. I could ask around, learn more about this. Or I can say I don't have time for this. Should I tell the innkeeper that you're not interested in collaboration? It's worth it to pursue. I may not have the time for it, but again, why wouldn't I have time for it? My job is to the lands around here. She sighs with exasperated relief. What a splendid idea. She thought she had to do it for us, but let's make ourselves useful. There are only 3 villages in the north. White Marshes, farther north by the western road, Gale of Rocks by the northern coast, and creeks in the far east. Bring me news from those places and you will get my answer. Ah, okay. So now that we make ourselves useful, we also see a personality trait of hers. She really prefers people who can make themselves useful on first front. Which is fair. She's a mayor. She's busy taking care of this entire village, whatever it is, and it's large, powerful. It needs a strong and attentive leader to keep it alive, I'm assuming. Bring me news from those places and you will get my answer. Let's see. I'm paid for passing the message from here to Pelt of the North. Asking me to ride for you through half the peninsula and back is a different deal entirely. But, again, I'm a Roadwarden. Adventure is part and parcel with my role. I can do that. Tell me, how do people dress in the city these days? It's similar to what we have here. Before the war, the merchants were wearing those really long dresses and robes. Way too long for my taste. They got mud stains after every rain, and I see no reason to keep shoes completely hidden. Yeah, wait, what's the point of wearing shoes if you hide them? Show them off, you know? Although, I guess you can't really care about fashion if you're trying to survive every day. What are my options here? Again, another world-building question. Not anymore. There's always a shortage of fabric. Most people wear tunics, like in the old days. Or, for years there was not enough hemp and wool at hand, so people started to wear furs again. Or maybe, as far as I can tell, many folks wear headgear. And lastly, I'm not sure. I don't pay much attention to fashion. Even though if I say that, she's gonna be like, but you're 3 out of 5 in appearance. What do you mean? I'm too good looking to say that I don't care about fashion. Dude, I'm too fly, dude. Way too fly. So, let's say... Maybe I feel like headgear would be interesting, right? If they're a great port, and though they're struggling, they must have excess in some ways to make headgear, right? And headgear is useful because if you wear a hat, you protect yourself from the sun, from the rain, all sorts of things. They're near the harbor, the water as well. Near the water, the humidity is higher, rains are much more concentrated. Let's say, as far as I can tell, many folks wear headgear. You describe the complex world of veils, worn by rich folks who try to express their modesty by covering their long hair. Of hoods, which, thanks to the colorful embroidery, get fancier with every year. Of light caps and heavier turbans, introduced by merchants from the southern realms. The mayor has plenty of questions about colors and materials, prices. Only after you satisfy her curiosity does she let you change the topic, though still with shining eyes. I'm curious if she's asking me not only as a sort of like a curiosity thing, but also as a, what can my people provide? What can my people sell? She's looking to figure out the deal. Do I make it known that there's a new Roadwarden, knowing that Halixdell has some answers, but also not knowing if they were the ones who took part in his disappearance? Let's talk about the deal with Holovit first, right? I can consider it right now. While she laughs, her eyes remain keen. But if you want me to give some answers, let's see. She looks up and to the right, theatrically raising her hand to her chin. Some gestures of goodwill would be a great start. Since you're the guild's messenger, I need to know you can be relied on. She gives you a wide, white grin. That's only the first step, I assume. Of course. Do you even have the power to handle tax negotiations? She scoffs loudly at your headshake. Do enough for my village, and I'll hand you a beautiful signed letter. List of all the things my neighbors are looking for, as well as what they give in return. Your superiors are going to see more than enough to prepare their offer. She rubs her hands. I think that's fair. Yeah, it looks like we're in agreement. Or, do enough for my village is a bit vague. Extremely vague, but I don't necessarily want to challenge her on that. It will always be vague, right? Again, contract negotiations before times of hard currency and stuff. And even today, contract negotiations between large enough entities are usually done in terms of a subjective manner. At least in business, a company negotiating with another will trade all kinds of favors. All above water, of course, above board, all legal, but still complex in their nature. Not just about money sometimes. Sometimes about relationships, about things they can provide, unique to them. Yeah, looks like we're in agreement. Perfect. One more thing though. She puts her elbows on the table leaning close to you. If you go behind my back, I'm not going to wait for a dagger. I'll lend you first. She rests her chin against her open palms, giving you a disarmingly warm smile. I'm sure people already know that we have a new Roadwarden. We mess around to see if anyone needs your help. The more my neighbors trust you and need you, the more willing they'll be to offer you better pay. Well, let's start here. What can I do for you? Oh, it's so kind of you to ask. But before I ask you to run, let's see how you can walk, shall we? Her eyes wander left and right, and she gestures for a nearby guard to move away. He nods, then gestures at a few other souls to follow him. Ah. While a few of the locals cast curious looks at you, they turn away as quickly as you notice them. The mayor's shiny green eyes are still locked on you, and her voice is close to a whisper. Since Asterian's disappearance, there's little trade on the roads, and not much news reaches us. Be so kind, her flirtatious tone distracts you with how obviously fake it is, and help me learn some interesting tales about our neighbors. I smile back at her. Do you mean the ones that weren't meant to reach you? Or, I'm not a spy? Fascinating. Do we imply allegiance so early? I mean, I'm not a spy. Again, I'm a Roadwarden. I help all along the road. I'm sorry, but if I'm going for a certain character trait, I'm sorry. I'm not a spy. I help all on the road. She sighs exaggeratedly and straightens up. She need to sleep on it. It's fine. Huh. Do you need my assistance? First, I just need to be sure you can handle yourself. Bring some juicy rumors, won't you? Let me talk with my neighbors. Use a few coins as someone with a steady hand. Do I have any news? I bring news about the other parts of the peninsula. I'm listening. I need to know if I can trust her more first. Let me know if I can trust her more first, right? And again, I'm quick saving just in case it crashes. Actually, let me do a real save. Because if it crashes, I'd be very, very sad. But we're going Iron Man on this, okay? We are not changing our choices ever. We go one shot. We build a story for ourselves. Let's say we're looking for Asterion. What do you know? She stares you in the eyes and then turns towards Yogi. He's your palfrey and mare. We have 2 jacks. Could use some mules. She's deflectionary. Something happened between her and Asterion. I could answer that she's a stallion, so it won't give you anything stronger than a hiney. I could say it is, but I need to stay strong and healthy. Or I could reiterate that I'm looking for Asterion. She may also not be necessarily deflectionary. She may instead be trying to figure out, what am I going to give in return for this juicy information. She's looking for trust and something in return for her trust. But Yogi needs me. My horse needs me. Remember what I said at the very beginning. My horse needs me just as I need it. Without each other, we would die. It is, but I need to stay strong and healthy. Right. There's no time for romances of draught animals. It would take almost a year, correct? It was all just a thought. When eyes return to you, they regain their sharpness. I'd rather avoid long talks about the man and remain as a part of the past spring. Since you're asking about him, I can only assume he was indeed sharing his goal with you. I can either say I won't deny that, or I can lie and say I know nothing about it. I'll get paid for finding him, that's all. And isn't that the truth? And I do want to practice my lying, and I think it's worth it to lie here. Though she may have answers, she must not be the only one. There's no way Asterion didn't not talk to everyone else in the village too. I know nothing about it. I'll get paid for finding him, that's all. You sit without a word, listening to the creak until she sighs exaggeratedly. Sorry, fixing the mic, sorry. Why are you doing this to me, traveler? Now I have to figure out if you're lying or you're simply wrong. But back to your question. Asterion is not welcome here. And I don't know where he went. What is wrongdoings? What? If you have to know, he failed and won't get a second chance. He was meant to escort Aegidia, a daughter of mine, to her betrothed in Gale Rocks. She was a great archeress, and the road near the coast is not that dangerous. When they saw goblins on the road, Asterion ordered her to push through, right into their trap. Oh god. She touches a dear shade buckle. They got jumped like a bunch of wealthy pilgrims. A Roadwarden worth their grow should know better. He can fight with a blade, but my girl, she never had a chance. She sighs and looks at the gate. He disappeared soon after his pitiful attempt at apologizing to me, and we closed our doors behind them. For good. I'll let you know if he ever tries to return. God damn it. We now get a sense of Asterion's character, right? In a way, Asterion is almost the polar opposite of us. He almost seems a bit callous in the way he's treated the world. See, the character that we're building so far cares about their duty as a road warden and cares about the people on the road. We do so in service of the greater good. As Sarian, however, we know two things. One, he's taken a deal with the innkeeper. What kind of deal I don't know, but it was a business deal. There's nothing inherently wrong with business, but there's a difference between business for the sake of helping someone, with the goal of helping someone, and business for the sake of business. One implies an intent of wanting to serve the world around us. The other implies a desire to become better than the world around us. He chose, unlike us, to go on a contract, a transactional affair. Whereas we go on quests to help people, he cares about the rewards for himself. And now we get another look at who he is. Perhaps he wasn't that good of a road warden. Or perhaps he's more cunning than he lets out. How apologetic can you really be? If he must have known, why did he push her through? He could have gone first. Or he could have cleared the road and gone safely. Why was he so quick to push her through? Why was it so dangerous? Any ideas where I can look for him? She adjusts her cape with an annoyed shrug. Try asking for him in the north. Spends most of his time between white marshes, gale rocks, and creeks. Here, he wasn't that eager to share his plans. Why'd you let him leave? You didn't do anything, well, forbidden for her laws. He was simply stupid. Can't be trusted, but this isn't Hovlevin. We have no rich folk to dread. We treat each other fairly. Lost in her thoughts, she rubs the neckline of her dress. One thing I can say about him is that he didn't try to justify his decisions, or to avoid the consequences. But I'd rather him prove first he can do what's asked of him. Did you ever find your daughter? Oh no. Sorry, fixing my headphones. 1 second. My ear is either clogged up, or my headphone is lower volume. I can't really tell. And my hair. Long hair is very frustrating to grow. For a few breaths, her green eyes seek something in your face. Her words are careful, yet hesitant. She's with the fogs now. The goblins were after food, so they carried her shell away. One day, she's gonna charge at the walls, awoken and empty. You know, she was a bit mawkish. Her heart was strong and patient. She listened to people. She was ready to help them and to cry with them. I could tell you stories, but what for? Let the dead rest. You have quite a big family. She titters weakly. At one point, there were 12 kids living in a house. 9 girls, 3 boys. They come and go, as it should be. A few are already with the forest, but most are all grown now. Even started their own families. She looks away, at the girl wiping spilled milk with a wet cloth. To be perfectly clear, they aren't exactly our children. It's a custom of our village for the men to look after the orphans. Thankfully, Eric's has a big heart and much more patience than I do. As she speaks, her smile widens. This line also tells a lot. Just that last line, that alone, with the context of the previous line. Her and her husband have a very close relationship, a good relationship, right? She widens because she's both proud of it and probably proud of her husband as well. She's happy that they're able to do so. She's happy that she has someone that she can rely on to help her in these trying times. Thanks for the help. We talk and talk, but I still know where you're from, Stick. What's your story? You lived in Hovlevin your entire life? In a way, I know it as well as any other city folk, but every spring I trained in horsemanship in a nearby village. Or, only for a bit. I was raised in a small village just nearby and moved to the city after I had decided for luck as a road warden. I can also be cautious, and also escaping my past. My past is already buried. Let's not dig into it. Well, I've already said that I've grown up in a monastery, and I'm already a pagan, so I think it actually makes the most sense, and also fits with the kind of character that I want to be, right? Someone who understands the plight of the villagers around the realm. Only for a bit. To see the city for the first time, being surrounded by a couple of small houses and fields, it's a strange feeling, isn't it? She puts her hand on the table. Even after my second winter there, I felt like a stranger. But those who know how to live in the countryside, close to the wilderness, we will always find a new home for ourselves, don't you think? She gives you an encouraging smile. Well, that's a big one. The Muhammad Jumba. The giant question that the scavenger told me not to ask. But think about this. I know now her relationship with the scavenger. The scavenger wasn't necessarily liked here. So of course she may not have told him anything because she looks down on him. But what about us? We have a different relationship entirely. We're a Roadwarden. You seem to be fairly well off, even more so than the other people in the village. What's your secret? She reaches for her buckle, and her voice grows cold. There's no secret, traveler. There's hard work, risk, and sacrifices, and the support of those that care about me. The good things that happen to me shine on my people just as much. Think about it before you mention it again. She adjusts her cape. Thank you for your time. It's time for us to go. You're in front of the Ape Inn. I have 3 people I can talk to, and I've just spoken to Theus. I also need to get the scavenger and bring him back to the to the Pelts of the North. I want to ask the innkeeper, her husband, a bit more things though. I approach Eric's, the innkeeper. Even though the counter stands outdoors, it sounds rotten or dirty, and you guess that like the other furniture, it's brought inside every night. Sorry, my hair is getting in the way. 1 sec. Uno secundo. Why is my hair flying all over the place? There we go. Sorry, had to fix my hair. Okay. Eric's approaches you with a smile. Wait, Eric? And leans on the surface with his fists. He's portly and even taller than his neighbors. He's got freckles, short gray hair, an elegant beard. His long woolen orange tunic has a decorative cut right under the neck, and loose braids at the edges. Not gonna help you, traveler. His accent is heavy, nothing like his wife's. He stomps with a heavy boot and looks around, as if he's just waiting to get back to his other tasks. His fingers are still dirty from weeding the garden. I caught some nice fish. Would you like to barter for a food ration? He raises a fish to sniff it and holds his beard back, keeping it clean. Know any fish in a creek? Put them in a soup or bake them for a sauce? How many do you have? Give you a healthy meal for each one. Take 2. Oh, yes. I got 2 food rations. Nice. He takes the fish inside, making quite a bit of noise once there. When he returns, he's holding 2 small packages wrapped in wax cloth, which should be somewhat waterproof. Many food rations I could buy. I keep them in the hall. Smoked mutton, a sack of dried fruits, nuts, biscuits. We eat fresh here and pay with work. Coins that ain't worth much. When he thinks, his lips move as well. Let's say 1 ring for enough food to fill you for 2 days. In Hovloven, that kind of price would buy you 3, even 4 times as much food. Yeah, seriously, that's not much at all. But again, we're in the villages. They have less overall, and so they must charge more in order to stay alive. If you're in the mood for spending, I'll sell something special. Just give me a minute. He goes upstairs and returns with a small wooden box and a hand-long leather sheath. 'Tis a teeth set. You're afraid of what it's going to show you, but when he opens the box, you know he meant teeth cleaning. Oh, yo, see? He points at 3 different compartments. Salt, cloves, and mint. You mix whatever you want here. The 4th holds only a small pestle, made of polished stone. And here are the twigs you need. They'll last for months. Seeing you're not convinced, he takes a deep breath. Well, we're doing a lit outside the bathe on the creek, but give me 2 dragons and let my kids I'll get you in shape. You'll get a tub with soap and rose oil, and they'll wash your clothes in water. They'll cook you something nice, as much as you can eat. Show me those rations first. Yo, for 3 coins a teeth. Oh, yo, what the? We are about to be so clean. Chat, viewers on the VOD, you know what? I need to figure out like a combined name for you guys. Twigs, my twigs. I'm Stick, you're Twigs. How about that, okay? My twigs. Sounds weird. I don't know. We'll stick with twigs for now. Maybe next stream we'll figure something out. We'll figure something out during the Zelda stream, because there's gonna be a lot of empty space probably. We can now have clean teeth. I think it's very important to stay clean. We need to keep our appearance up so we can talk to people, right? I want a teeth cleaning set because I can gamble tomorrow and double my net worth once again. I have 5 rations, so I need no more. I buy the set to clean my teeth. Someone dreams of a healthier smile. He rubs his hands, but before you take it, he puts a box in front of you. I've got the hazelnut twigs in the shade, but can replace them anytime. What taste are you looking for? What? What taste? This man's selling me a flavored toothbrush. What the fuck? What? I guess that makes sense, right? Back then, all you have is a twig. It's just wood. That's flavor. Today, we have plastic, flavorless. I wish to go back to the time of twigs. I want to taste hazelnut every time I wash my teeth. Now, let's see the flavors. Do I want nut in my mouth? Oh god, sorry. I couldn't help myself from saying that. Sorry. Do I want nut in my mouth? Do I like the taste of apples? Maybe oak? Okay, oak sounds like it tastes awful. It's like bitter. Willow, hazelnut, Nutella. I'll stick with hazelnut. I love the taste of nut. With a smile, he pushes the set towards you. What else do you need? Any rumors to share? Rumors? Yeah, really. You have more things to worry about. Neighbors keep their own company. Better for everyone to seek help from my wife at the forest speakers, near the Mogavale. Forest speakers. So no rumors, but maybe you've heard about someone who may need my help. You say it as if we expect travelers to get here any day now. Or ask it around. Come tomorrow. Have you had any interesting guests recently? I do not know. He scratches his beard. There was one vagabond, but he was not here for long. And didn't need to do much. A timid fellow. Talks loudly but is afraid of everything, especially the guards. His face is touched by flames, has a big ballista. He says this word with a strange accent, smirking. And a large bird as it beats a burden. I do not know what to say, He shrugs. He went south and is most likely gone. That's a scavenger. Thanks. I appreciate this. Let's talk to Akakios. The man behind the counter is inspecting a sack of white flour, mumbling to himself and occasionally cursing. The other locals walk away, and he space to talk trade in peace. Weevils. He points at a little dark blue insect that's trying to flee. Shit me fired, she was ground a few days ago. Nay pies for us tomorrow, looks like. Puts the sack on the ground. I'll take care of it later. A Roadwarden, I. Ever the mayor cared enough to see you, and kids are lining up to look at your horse. Strangers are like ghosts to them now. He's wearing a simple brown robe, with no hood, her rope instead of a belt, and a modest trim of green thread. It barely reaches below his knees, revealing his sandals and crude pants made of linen. At the same time, it's way too large for him and hangs from him like a bag. That's interesting. He does seem like he's very poor, right? He looks like a poor vendor from Hovlevin. But that's interesting then. Boy, no, he only looks like, I thought he came from Hovlevin, but he simply looks like a poor trader from Hovlevin. He looks the part. He's not from Hovlevin. Okay. He stands sideways to you with legs crossed, leaning on the counter with one hand and keeping the other one on his hip. He's around 40, short and a bit greasy, with a humble beard and hair. His fingers are unusually long. I actually know someone with like really long fingers, and every time I'm like, holy shit, those are long fingers. We're close, so it's fine, but it's just... I get that reaction. What's a friendly response? You're a trader, I assume. I guess we'll see each other often. How about playful? Are you a barrel collector, or do you sell them? How about distance? I'm looking for a trader. Intimidating? I'm here to trade, not talk. Vulnerable. I may not be wealthy, but I need a few things. Let's be friendly, right? Trade is the life force of any village. It is where people come to get what they need and sell what they don't. It's how goods are transferred all throughout. It's also the best place, and probably the best person, to get a good sense of what's going on, right? He must interact with a lot of people, and so therefore he must have information to sell. You're a trader, I assume. I guess we'll see each other often. For you, a trader. For my neighbors, the treasurer. Name's Akakios. Everyone brings here what they have in abundance, and I either sell it to travelers or I divide it among the workers, builders, artisans. These things here are named mine. As I suspected, right? Why would they have a trader at all? He must be more deeply connected to the ecosystem at hand, and he is. He is the center of the financial lifeblood of this little village. He is the I forget the broker. He's the broker. There we go. He runs his eyes over the crates and barrels, but I can show you our wares if you want. But do not ask me for better prices just because you're a traveler. I need to explain myself for every deal I make, or Theus will laugh at me all the way to the pyre. Ah. So I have two different things. I can either buy stuff. I don't need furniture or barrels of food. Do you have anything of use for a traveler? I also say I have things to sell. I bring goods to sell? Let's ask about Asterion, though. Let's see. That ever thought he was here more than... That ever thought he was... What? That ever thought he was here more than once. He didn't leave much behind. Smelly hoarder. Looks around and spits on the ground. At least he brought a blade with me. You remember what blade it was? Sure, it was a special one. A sickle sword with a tip wider than 'twas at the grip. Long as from fingertips to shoulder. Near a sword, near a knife. Single-edged. Brought his own steel to melt for it. What's it good for? Fencing? More for cutting bushes. Wait. More for cutting bushes. Creepers. Roots. Did he try to cut the altar tree? He must have tried to cut the tree then. This is a weird thing to have. Or maybe he was preparing for a longer trek through the swamp. It will only fell a tree, but 'tis a fine tool. He nods to a passerby, but the smile disappears as quickly as it has shown up. Pathfinders use it. My pa used to have one as well. He chopped nuts with it. Nuts and mufflins. A lot of nuts. That's a lot of nuts! So he took it to the wilderness. He shrugs. Nah, pretty much anywhere. There are the hills from here to the coast, and bogs to the north, and the heart of the woods. Can they help you with it? Do you need any help? Could use a job. Know what? There's something urgent. I need a medicament. Huh? I need a medicament from my daughter. Near that she's hurt or anything, she raises his open palms as if to show that he's not holding a knife. She's a teen and wants to start hunting in the woods. I cannot teach her much, but I sleep better with her having a healing potion. You have almost 8 days. Bring me the potion before last dusk and pay 5 dragon rings. Yo, my merchant in the market. I have a potion. Now, I was thinking of selling the potion to Iason at the Pelt of the North for 8 coins, right? But to sell it for coins seems useless. It's like, what? Because coins are a means to an end, yes? What am I really selling the potion for? Here, the potion goes to a better purpose, and I get some coins, and I build a relationship with Theus. I have 3 options. And where can I find such a potion? Or, she didn't want to take the stall after you, or a strong Alyssa will be worth more than 5 coins. Let's be more personable. She didn't want to take the stall after you? Nah, but that's fine. She hates me. Tis better for her to take after her mother. Your daughter hates you. His low voice sounds like grunting. Oh, oops, sorry. Sorry, sensitive topic. Since you have to know, our laws make me admit I was a wife beater. Jesus Christ, dude. You're an awful person. Disgusting. And by my own deeds, I've lost my family. Like, how could you do that? Imagine marrying someone, loving them, marrying them, and then beating them. It's like, you don't love them. You treat them like an animal. A toy. Less than an animal. Maybe an animal. Maybe you do beat animals. I don't know. Disgusting. Disgusting behavior. My daughter has a new father now, and I'm not allowed to marry again. He starts to speak faster. He also wags his finger at you. But I'd never touch my girl. Keeping her safe is the right thing to do. Ever it does never make things right. I mean, kudos to you, but perhaps too late. And where can I find such a potion? Akakios? Wife beater? I'm gonna call him wife beater from now on. And where can I find such a potion? Wife beater? I can think of 2 places. The safer bet is beyond Old Pagos and the mountain of the crazy monks. Crazy and boring, more boring than a mufflin, but they often brew with Numer. Now I know something. Old Pagos, I can go there to make brew more potions. I'm a scholar, and I do know alchemy, but I need an alchemist set. If I can make my way to Old Pagos, I can get an alchemist set and also gather rumors for Theus. You also head south, east of the crossroads behind Pelt of the North. I ain't been there myself, but you'll find a dolmen there, as old as the city. And this, he reaches for his slinking pouch and pulls a massive iron key. It's meant to open some secret passage there. How do you know about that secret? From a merchant. She's from south of Hag Hills. I was meant to pass the key to her friend, but he never showed up. And you've just been keeping this key at your side ever since. I kept it with my trinkets and coins, that's all. We're planning to go there for years, but it's one of the things that you talk about, and they do it. His brief laughter turns into a cough. A strong elixir would be worth more than 5 coins, wife beater. Why should I help you? I'll help your daughter, but not you, wife-beater. Well now, 'tis all I can pay, spreads his arms. I do not sculpt you, stupid. The dragons I get here belong to the village. 5 is for your prey, and I'll mention to all the neighbors how helpful you are. He'll take a deep breath. He takes a deep breath and adjusts his robe, still sweating. The problem is, how good is his word in his village? He's a wife-beater. By the laws here, he's already condemned to it. Rightfully so, he should never be able to marry ever again. Disgusting. The problem is that even if he puts in a good word for me, is it really worth anything? He's useless to me. But Thea said he needed to help everybody, and she did mention that he was the traitor, so she's at least not entirely out of it with him. She sees use in him. Fine, I'll look for it. Good, he smiles. Anything else? Okay, let's see what you have for sale. 'Tis hard to say, eh? What the travelers need. He clears his throat and turns away to have a look at the store. Most of the crates and barrels are empty. They carry an assortment of odds and ends. Tools made of wood and stone, pots, mugs, seeds, vegetables, fabric. He takes a few minutes to look through the wares. He puts 3 packages on the countertop, and as he unwraps the first one, you recognize what it is by shape alone. Tell me this is an air beauty. He chuckles and lets you hold the shiny battle axe. Yo, the haft is long, but the head is light. I know what you're thinking. Your eyes say everything. He praises the weapon loudly, but you barely just listen to him. You see your reflection in the unused blade, as sharp as they get. You're not a smith, but you see not a spot of rust. When you take a swing, it takes hardly any effort. The leather straps holding the pieces together are just a decoration. The handle is as smooth as glass, it fits perfectly into your hand. The man chuckles. You like it, I doubt you can afford it, but do they were. That's all I have. Now look at the rest of his stuff. His long fingers tap against the parchment window of a lantern. Its frame is cheap, made of oak. 'Tis glued and 'tis quiet. He says while shaking it in the air. Near as fancy as the iron ones with oil, but you can carry it in caves without lowering at the corpse eaters as goblins. Oh. Perfect for a traveler. Just take a look. That may be handy. Also, sorry, BB, I need to turn on my lights really quick. It's getting dark. One moment. You sit for a while and your shoulders get stiff. Everything gets stiff. Dry. My bones ache. Inside the lantern, you find a place for a candle. Not a great match for people living in wooden houses. Hide and glue are easy to make, but I won't ask for more than 4 rings. 4 rings! The last sack is as wide as a saddle and 3 hands tall. Contains a whole bunch of undyed linen sheets. We usually keep them for traders, but we use for dragon rings. And who knows if there's ever going to be a next caravan. Gives you a long look. Interested? Depends on what you want for it. Okay, I am one broke ass bitch. What the fuck? Holy shit. I can't afford a single goddamn thing here. Not one. But the lantern is the most useful. A weapon is not necessarily useful for me. Because I'm a scholar, right? I'd rather make bombs with gunpowder. A stack of linen sheets is weird. I would need to find a place that needs it that is willing to buy for a lot first, right? No need to buy a trade commodity unless I know that there's a market for it. But the wooden lantern is the most useful. If I can go into caves and such, well, I'm sure I'll find some caves soon. It'll at least keep me out of trouble. Trouble that I can't see. He has the key to the east as well that I want to investigate, but the problem with that is that I don't necessarily know if I want to go there. The old man told me not to. I have a potion myself, but I do want to save it for myself. Did I get the key by any chance? I did. The limited access to iron makes padlocks a rare commodity. Aside from the walls, burglary happens sporadically and is usually blamed on strangers. Huh. You currently possess a key to a secret passage in the Dolmen. You find it in the southeast of the peninsula. If I'm to trust the old man, it may make more sense not to go there. But I'm a Roadwarden. I need to clear every road. So sorry, old man. Have this healing potion. With a grin, he picks up the bottle gently, jiggles it, weighs it in his hand and puts it on the counter. Great. Now let's hope my little girl will not get herself swallowed by that dragon. So, we said 5 rings. I want to be fair, so I just want to say it's yours. This village is a village, right? But I also know I can get 8 coins for it in pelt. Ew, Humpanelk, you miser, he raises his voice and turns it into a loud whisper. We had a deal. I'm paying you with my own rings, nay from the treasury. Did they push me into a squabble with the mayor? I can try to push for this, right? I can say I deserve a better price, your village is rich and you can afford it, but it's from his own pocket. I can instead say, nothing's changed. Just be sure to speak about me extra kindly. I can use this. I think I should use this, okay? Speak about me extra kindly. I need the reputation more than I need the money. He observes you in silence and finally chuckles, putting 5 coins on the counter. I see. Well done. My neighbors will be delighted. I take my reward. Are we done here? No. In fact, none. We are not. Buy me the lantern. What does this offer me in terms of skills? Crossbow quarrels. Supply of arrows made for a crossbow, weapon you do not possess. Huh. And also his balls are shorter, even much shorter, than bow arrows. Their heads are in the shape of a square, making them requires advanced tools used to melt and shape iron or steel. Use hardwood and a small amount of fleshing, but are overall a bit expensive, especially since they are produced by experienced artisans. Coils are most effective when it comes to piercing through thicker surfaces, including animal scutes, thick furs, and scales. While they don't leave spectacular wounds, they manage to get to the vital organs, injuring them beyond the capabilities of their natural healing. True, crossbows are actually a very deadly weapon. They dominated warfare for a long time. A wooden lantern. A cheap frame with parchment windows, held together by glue. Not very durable, but much cheaper, quieter, and lighter than the metal ones. Another example of crossbows dominating warfare is in Mountain Blade. If you've ever played Mountain Blade, you will know a Flandrian crossbowman is an absolute monster on the battlefield. They will easily take down a regiment of heavily mounted cavalry from afar before they even get close. Sometimes firing twice, sometimes three times. It's disgustingly strong. Lanterns protect candles from winds and drafts. They can be held or hung on a hook by a handle or placed on a flat surface. The proper iron lanterns also avoid tragic accidents by containing the fire inside. In the decades preceding the Southern invasion, the city artisans were putting a lot of effort into perfecting the various lantern designs. They're testing new materials, shapes, and handles, comparing glass windows with those made of perforated metal and horn, placing candles with wicks and oil, or using the layers of windows to regulate the offered light. Ever since the supplies of iron and copper have thinned out, the more primitive types of lanterns regained their lost popularity, though some of them could have quite a fire hazard. The lantern you own is made of wood and parchment, which is a terrible tool for a farmer, but should work just fine for your sneaky adventure. Exactly. It's also a valuable weapon, right? Because it is made of wood, I can easily and quickly light something on fire with it. It acts quickly as a tinderbox, in a way. In a pinch, though. I mean, it cost me 4 gold, so it has to be in a pinch. I leave the square. You're wandering through the village. A washwoman is singing about the last sunbeams of summer, but a heavy accent makes her words difficult to understand. You smell the pleasant aroma of ground herbs as well as freshly baked bread. Let's head to beyond, the tailor. You follow the guard's directions and reach the whitewashed building. I still have 9 hours. Standing on the western bank, next to a small garden of flowers and herbs. It's well kept and clean, with a plain beaten front yard and parts covered with sand. Through the open windows, you catch a glimpse of the furniture, made of smooth, almost shiny wood with tints of dark, cherry-like red, decorated with the carvings of plants. A woman in her 40s is sitting on a wooden bench. The table is covered with fabrics, threads, and needles made of bone and iron. She's sewing a long sleeve to what's going to become a blue tunic. Her movements are quick and confident. The brown, wavy, shoulder-length hair is tied into a wreath-like braid, but other than that, her clothes are simple, inconspicuous. She doesn't have a left leg, but you don't notice any cane. You observe her for a few moments until, without sparing you so much as a glance, she encourages you to speak with a grunt. I'm looking for a tailor. You found one. Her voice is low, and she doesn't stop her work. Name's Bjorn. Could you answer a couple of questions? The boredom in her voice is palpable. I'm near Bard. I'm interested in a new set of clothes. She stops her work and looks at you briefly. I can tell. You don't even hear a hint of mockery. But that's a lot of work. I do not take my word lightly. If I had to give you anything, people would see it. And I'll never let you show them some rags. And by that you mean your prices are high. You reach for a pouch and she answers with a nod. It'll take me a day or so to finish and a fine fabric. Oh, that's what I get the linen for. I see. Your city clothes are... She frowns. Just fine for the wilderness, I guess. What I'll give you is for the time with lamb meat and mead, nay pathfinding. The longer the outfit you want, the higher the price. They'll consider the things people say about you as well. Fine, let's discuss it. Well... Yeah. We are one broke-ass bitch. Okay, so we're not doing any of these, but these are very useful at some point to negotiate with, right? How about my gammas needs work? You take it off and point to a few abrasions. The woman follows your finger patiently. I take from 2 to 5 dragon rings for fixing jackets, but you will not get anything more from this one. To get truly strong for longer, I need it to be made of better materials, like spider silk. Your prices are high. As high as my work's worth. Good. If you're ever an artisan of any kind, if you sell your own goods of any kind, and price it to the value, right? Don't price it to the market. Price it to the value that you think it holds, because you will find a niche set of buyers for it. Tell me more about the spider silk. 'Tis a silk made by spiders. I meet her eyes. She's the first one to break the silence. The large ones. They use it to spin webs, stronger than thread. But my neighbors didn't walk to the woods anymore. It's getting harder and harder to get any silk. Let me think about it. Jacket's already good as you can get. In 15 minutes, clothes will get patched and tidy, outfit repairs. In an enhancement, I need silk. 2 hours, parts of a thread will be replaced by spider silk. And the silk is in the forest, so good luck, I'm out. Let's go see the... Wait, look. You're wandering through the village. On the islet in the center of the village, an old woman is telling a group of children a story about the lethal shouts of howlers. A young woman is chasing after a loose chicken, embarrassed by the giggling of bystanders. I go to the local priest. You head south of the dead tree in the main square. Dead tree? Oh, I see it. Wait, is that the dead tree? Main square. Before you get to the second thatched building. A large man stands up from the bench and gets into your way. He's close to 50. Taller than most people you've seen in your life. Broad-shouldered. His hair and short beard are brown, matching his elegant woolen robe. A thick club is attached to his right wrist with a leather strap. He left the sandals by his sitting spot. Many want to speak with our guides and teachers. He speaks with a solemn, strong voice. But you're in there, welcome here. Turn back, stranger. I have a couple options. I can either ask plainly, can I know why? I can instead say, I'm your new Roadwarden. You sure that no soul here needs my assistance? And instead say, I don't want any trouble. Or I may say, so be it, I turn back. Let us assert our role. I'm neutral, okay? I'm just a Roadwarden. You sure that no soul needs my assistance? His harsh look softens. See, it softens, because now he knows that I'm just here to help, right? We can handle ourselves. If that changes, Albus will summon you. I don't want any trouble. He shrugs. Travelers bring their problems onto others. Their will means nothing. Can I know why? You can. He swings his polished heavy weapon. You're from the outside, and can they be trusted? The boys and slaves of the United Church would crush us if they had the chance. Pretty loud aspiring us. We need to be sure it is worth it. I'm not a spy. I do need a believer. So be it. I turn back. Damn it. You're wandering through the village. A young woman is chasing after... Oh, I see how the dialogue works now. They combine lines. They combine flavor lines into different orders. This used to be the second line. Now it's the first line. The second line is different now. Look. A group of children covered in mud gathers by your mounts and argues loudly about what's better, horses or donkeys. That's how they do the little flavor text. That's interesting. That's a cool system. So we know that the druids are here and they don't trust us. Well, obviously, it makes sense. How would I offer my services to the guards? Wait. After a brief exchange of greetings, you're introduced to an overseer who's in need of a rider, clearing the paths. You'll join a group of guards and workers that are meant to remove branches and other obstacles. You'll keep them in touch with the village. This task will take you about half a day and make it treacherous and dangerous. Only 2 coins? That's not worth, sorry. Now go to the main square. You approach the inn. The few souls sitting at the tables converse with one another while holding their mugs of snacking and bread. Wait, this is just the inn. Oh. Well, we now have a number of things. 1, I am not bringing that lazy, loud scavenger back here. 2, we need to scout the lands first to figure out what to tell to the Pelts of the North. However, I want to bring that man back before it's nighttime, at least. Because I can at least stay within this village fine, safely. Let's bring the scavenger back to the Pelts of the North. I can return to the scavenger's camp. It's open? Yep. Yep, still says the same thing. Time's ahead for Pelt to the north. Scavenger keeps asking you to watch out for beasts and wraps the sharpest scraps of iron in his cape. Folding the tent and putting it on your horse takes a while. Neither of you can sit down on a large pile of sacks and bundles. There's a long walk ahead of you, but for Yogi it won't be much of a burden. Yogi being my horse. Once you clear the room, you walk away. First you hear only the birds and horseshoes. Then the man starts to whisper. Faster, aye? The apes are looking at us. You don't see any proof of that. Nothing we can do about it. I lead us to the southern gate. You move forward, slowed down by having to secure the bundles in Yogi's back and carry your own bags. After half an hour, the man asks for a break. Even though you shared your food with him, he's not fully recovered from days of hunger. But the further away you get from the ruins, the more cheerful and talkative he gets, mostly speaking about what he needs to buy and how much he hated the damn place. Then, the beasts show up. Ah, fuck. I prepare my axe. A loud bunch of griffins blocks the road near a pond. For you, their colorful furs and feathers don't look much different than the pack you faced in the valley some days ago. There's still some distance between you and them, but it could be crossed in less than a minute. Damn it. There are maybe 20 griffins in sight. Oh my god. This time they pay you much more attention. They spread their wings and start to screech, some making a few leaps forward. Your mount is too overloaded for you to turn away and get it out of their range. Better to hold the ground, groans Scavenger, preparing his crossbow and dagger. Oh shit, I have a bunch of things. True, let's stay on the defensive, but keep an eye on the horse. Or, quite the opposite, we charge at them, yelling and swinging our weapons. Let's startle them. Or, let's focus on killing them, and killing one of them as quickly as we can. Maybe the others will flee. Now, we learned a couple of things, right? The guard at the gates, what was her name? Dalit. She mentioned to us that we should be loud, right? Loud and boisterous. We should try and force them out. At least I think that's what she said. Griffins, here we go. Was it griffins or was it corpse eaters? Or beast folk? God damn it. We know nothing about them actually. No, because we couldn't afford it. Somebody said to be loud and boisterous. Maybe I just made a memory up. Let's startle them. Do I startle them? Shit. Let's really read them. Okay, let's see what griffins really are, right? I've read this before, but I forgot. Let's see. Dark furries. Okay, just furry. They're too heavy to fly. They can be as large as a horse. And they can be tamed. The man is looking towards me for help, right? But let's see what his plan is. Not much to plan here. Just kill as many as we can if we're lucky. The rest will tuck their tails and scat. We won't kill all three of us, aye? They're just griffs. Ah, true. Okay. I don't want to lose Yogi though. Yogi needs me to survive, and Yogi can't really run very far. So let's stay on the defensive instead. Keep an eye on the horse. He nods and blocks the path between the beast and your mount, then raises his loaded weapon, moving his aim in between the approaching creatures. I have no potion that can help me here, nor do I have a crossbow. Do I stay close to the Scavenger, making sure nothing jumps our backs? Do I keep a bit of distance between us so we have enough space to fight? Or do we stay still until the creature gets in my range, trying to surprise it? I think we need the element of surprise. The man's arrow hits and stops one of the creatures, but doesn't buy you much time. He looks like a still shell. The shit you're doing, he still scolds you. Wake up, they'll surround you. It's too late to react. The semicircle of beaks and talons is hardly organized. When the creature simply leaps at you, but you're fast enough to react. You switch from playing a statue to taking a powerful swing, cutting the beast's head off. Then the others follow up the attack. For the next minute, you slice and dice whatever you can hit, filling the air with screeches and feathers. The sheer number of opponents overwhelms you more than once, and it's difficult to keep pushing them away with your free hand. Finally, it all ends, though not because of a lack of opponents. The three creatures you butchered are on the ground, but the others, some of them hurt, have enough strength to run away. Their will is broken. The pack will go on at least for some time. You're fine, Gambison. Damn good thing I improved my armor. Your fine Gambison keeps you in one piece and is still in decent shape. The man spits on the ground. May apes and ibexes bang this place day after day. He leans forward, taking a few deep breaths, then looks at you. Roadster, I thought you were standing like a dimwit, but we're a fine team, you and I. He laughs briefly. Let me draw my ballista and we can move forward. What do I say? Do I smile and try to ease Yogi's thoughts? Is it better to keep moving? Or do we tell him to stay sharp? We have a long road ahead of us. You know what? I care not about him, I care about my horse. Yogi, it's okay. Surprisingly, I only lost one appearance. Because I was nourished and because I had good armor, I was able to stay alive. It's a good thing that I prepared myself for some sort of trouble, right? Had I not prepared myself in my armor, or even in my nourishment, things would have gone much worse, I imagine. Paying for sleep and paying for food, paying for stay and paying for armor is definitely worth it in this game. Especially as a scholar, and I have not much strength. I need to rely on all the tools that I have. The man's sleeve and stomach is soaked with blood, but he tells me to ignore it. Once you get close to Pelt, he whistles enthusiastically. You weren't kidding. Aye, what a fortress. The guards open the gate and take care of the scavengers' bundles, which Yogi welcomes with a nicker. The man introduces himself quickly and asks if we brought some water from the well. Thank you, Roadster. I need to ask the innkeep if he has any soap. I'm not gonna chop off my damn arm. Clicks with his tongue. But like I told you. Sorry. If you want your coins, you have to come back tomorrow when my pouch gets heavier. But I can, and would prefer to, give you the potion that repels ape men instead. It's useful, not as much in the south as it is here in the woods. Okay, 5 bones is not much. The coins is not necessarily important. I think the jar is more important because I'm gonna have to travel around, right? Think about it. In terms of the context, I need to now do Theris an errand and travel the west area in order the northwestern area in order to figure out what's going on and give her rumors so that she trusts us enough for the deal in Holovin, which is our main quest. Right? The 5 coins won't get me much more. I'll still be, 12 short of a new axe. I should take the jar instead because the ape men could be anywhere. I know, for instance, that they're around the area, so better to be prepared than not. I'll take the jar. I'm glad. He buys a large jar made of clay. Not gonna lie, Roadster, it's pure troll urine, he chuckles. Don't ask me how I got it, If you want to scare off some ape men, use it before they see you. Trolls eat them all the time, so stay away for as long as they can. You imagine that you can feel the warmth from the jar. Well, I won't miss it. We're here for at least a couple of days. You'll find me around if you need me. After all my recent camping, I'm gonna spend a few hours kissing this nice, strong wall. He starts to laugh and walks away, waving goodbye. I packed the jar, make sure it won't spill in my bag. You got troll urine? That was good. He returns to the courtyard. You hear the sounds of work coming from the armorer's workshop. I go to the well. I'm as clean as I get. I go to the guards. You turn it out? Any knowledge? Nope. I walk away. Head to the armorer. Nope. Enter the inn. I approach this. Oh, look. The scavenger is nearby. Talking quietly with the innkeeper. Poor scavenger. Enjoying your stay? We'll just arrive and tell you more tomorrow when I spend a few hours on something soft. But damn, that smell around me is quite something, isn't it? I'm going to the well soon. Want to learn more about the peninsula. Tell me about your travels. You must understand. You're a roadster, people ask you for help. You don't think you'll steal from them when they're in bed. He pats his bag. It's not the same when you're a drifter. You don't ask me to stay, to marry the kids, to help them with harvest. You just ask if I plan to pay for the room or buy stuff. We talk for quite some time, though it's difficult to uncover the details hidden in his tale. He claims he and his bird came here by boats, although about which he refuses to speak. He landed just next to Gale Rocks, a large fishing village near the northern shore. People there were irritable and unwilling to idly chat with him, but opened their mouths after he helped them at the smokehouse. On sunny days, the locals hunt to the shore, and when it gets dark, they hide behind the walls gutting the fish. When the weather goes to shit, they boil water for salt and put fish in it. Then hop to the barrels, though I don't know how, they don't have many trees around. Then they sell the meat to the villages and, places. He clears his throat. For crops. Places. Let him continue. So to stay away from white marshes, though no shell told me why. He joined a group of fish traders who were going to Old Pagos and its monastery. But I hate that place. Everyone does. Trade there for a bit, but the villagers are cold. They spend the days praying and talking on and on about their duty, and they're gray like an ashworm. So I left once at dawn, me and my bird, and wasn't that a mistake? He was attacked by a short bear-like creature. Tried to run away, but following his bird was a bad idea. Fell over in the thicket, so the monster had time to get to him. I hit it with my bolts, it wasn't enough. I kicked it, so it bites my legs, tears my flesh away. I almost dozed off from the pain. But can you believe it? That lazy bird came back and charged at it with his beak. His dagger was enough to get through the surprised animal's belly. It ran away. I just survived with such deep wounds. The bird was patient and let me lean on it. My ballista scared the Griffs away when we got to Haller's Dell. That's where I found the elders. They agreed to heal me, but only for a coin, and told me it's an exception. Ah, so the old man. Though after a few questions, they're sure that by elders he means the local druids, held by the villagers in great esteem. They didn't want to talk with me a whole lot, and said I'm impudent. His tone is filled with mockery. You hear that? I spent time with Theus, like she wasn't so boring. You ask him about her, and he's more than happy to answer. She's a mare, so to speak. Once you get there, she'll make sure to see you. You'll know it's her. She's short, and the blonde hair is straight and long. She wears dresses and rouges her cheeks like a merchant. She points to the scar on his own face, which doesn't help your imagination. She's not scary at all, so long as you don't ask her about her wealth. Tell her a joke or two, drink some meat to play dice, and laugh at something else. So why'd you leave Hallersdale alone? It wasn't smart to move to the ruins all by yourself. It's my trade. I shouldn't tell and I won't. You already know all that you need to. Why was he there? Tell me about yourself. I can tell you stories for days, but who cares? He chuckles. I'm just doing my thing, moving wall to wall, sleeping where they let me, buying what I need, selling what I can, saving dragons for later on. Used to be a sailor. People called me Pyros because of, the forehead. But I'm not one to push a plow, or patch ship's sails all day long. I don't care if a corpse eats my bones one day, as long as I can stay free for a couple of years more. I'm damn good at staying safe. Rather, I was before I landed in this shithole. He touches his scarred face and smirks unpleasantly. I haven't gotten one of these in years, but it didn't take 2 weeks on the road here, and I almost lost my legs. Sent all my coin in Hallersdale for elder magic. He brushes some invisible dust off his pants. Not the first time I have an empty pouch, not gonna lie. There's no coin waiting here. Once I push out the eye into the locals, I'm moving south. Though I won't try to ride alone. And I'm not making that mistake again. He is probably lying, right? That's what I feel like too. I can also ask him about how I've heard no ships can land on this coast. I can also say and just say, yeah, sure, whatever, right? He's probably lying, but I'll let it go. I'm gonna try to push it. We're not gonna see him for long, right? So he must know something. I've heard no ships can land on this coast. Well, he tilts his head to the right and gives you a distrustful look. If you're patient and take your time, you can get the gale rocks from the sea. A light boat or a raft, or something that can avoid the rocky teeth. Sure, no hope for a ship or any trade, but with some help, you can do it. But don't tell anyone I told you this. His tone gets significantly colder. It's not something people should talk about. I nod. I have some questions. Aye, we can talk. Go ahead. I take another look at the main hall. I go to the innkeeper. I'd like to ask about someone. Finally, he nods to you. Someone with a coin shows up. He sighs and looks out the window. Fine, you know what you're doing. Who are you wondering about? Telling me about... Old hermit? Wait, how about old man? Gardener? Altar? Theus. Yeah, people say she's a good mare, but she's rich from birth, so also careless. She doesn't know the struggle, the hunger and dirt, so fancies her clothes more than one should. She thinks she keeps her village safe even though it's the druids who do all the work. He looks down but finally speaks again. She may be frivolous but isn't stupid. If you're smart, you better keep your eyes open. How about Eric's? Let me think. Theus' husband. I barely talk to him, ever. He stays inside, cooking, spends a lot of time with the children or in the garden. I admire people who take care of orphans, especially if they treat them like their own, not just as a free hand to plow the field. He tilts his head to the right and frowns gently. But I also don't think he's much of an innkeeper. I agree. It seems strange, right? Scavenger. Just met him. Seems like a handy guy. How about your own? How about Dalit? Our Dalit. What do you ask? I've known her since she was a girl, so you'd better not bother her. Looking for a master of the crossbow, she's an obvious pick. Armorer. He used to be able to speak. A sad fate, a painful one. One day, he ate an undercooked slice of meat on his journey south. After a few weeks, he realized that something was biting his tongue. Ew, that's disgusting. He realized something was biting his tongue. Something was living in it, like a worm in an apple. He tried to kill it with fire and hard drinks, but it was too late. The flesh started to rot. We had to amputate it. He can't help but the hunters without speaking and shouting, so he's learning a new trade now. I don't know, kid? Yogi. Horse. How about Akakios? The big guy, right? We barter in Hallows with him. With coins, food supplies, and linen. So don't expect him to give you any good prices for furs or trophies. Big guy, you say? He actually lost a lot of weight. That's good to hear, he smiles. It's better for the heart and legs, and soul also. Huh. Interesting. The concept of soul here is used in a very different way, right? Soul in this land is who you are. Your shell is just the mortal core binding your soul to this world. Something's going on there, strangely with the Akakios. Druid. When he crosses his arms, the room gets a bit colder. I'm a city man in Roadwarden. Seen dozens of priests and monks saying the craziest shit for the sake of coin, dominance, and obsessions. Pagans, druid, and necromancers, I don't care about any of it, as long as they keep themselves. The locals ain't hostile, and won't repay them by spreading rumors about them. Fair. Necromancer. Ruined village? Who else do we know about? Humans. Astarian. Well, not a large man, though broad-shouldered, red hair and beard. I don't know what to say. He raises a muscled arm and places a hand on the back of his head. He was a fine fellow, but I doubt he's alive. He always tried to stay away from things, let's say. People knew him, but they didn't really have allies. But maybe the locals know what happened to him, yet decide not to help him. Or they want to get rid of him. He leans forward, looks at his boots. Astarian was a fine man. A quiet one, but not dumb. He aided me many times, not for free, of course. When he couldn't finish the job, it's for damn good reasons. You know what? He looks you in the eyes. He was scrupulous. Patient. I'd be shocked if he died because of some mistake of his. Maybe the bandits got to him, why not? It's fascinating, right? The previous Roadwarden built his relationships very differently. He failed his relationship with Theus, and obviously it's a hard job, but he did well with the Pelts of the North. At the same time, it's not hard to do business, much harder to escort. Hard to see what's going on here. What's really going on here. How about Glacia? I've met her more than once. She's older than me, wrinkled, tanned. I don't know how she has survived for so long. I've heard she's from the coast. I don't really know her story. She's strong, though, and convincing. She wanted to move her band to Pelt, make huts in the courtyard. When I told her to leave, she didn't make a scene or anything. But her face, it was chilling. He looks at the stove, and she may want revenge. Glacia is a cruel soul in a scary shell. Himself. You. There's nothing you need to know about me to survive on the road. I'm Ieson. I've been in the city, now I'm here. So Pyros is the scavenger. Tulia. Does he know about Tulia? Let's see. I ain't seen Tulia in quite some time. Since the squad vanished in the fog, she's been careful. Glad to know she's still alive. She's too inexperienced to lead others to battle, I think. He shrugs. Like most people, she needs to follow others, but she already knows that. There's nothing worse than a fighter too stupid to limit their ambitions. I have no one else. The old man I don't know what to call, and so I don't know what his name really is. However, Ieson must know, right? Ieson is a part of these lands. He's not going to speak ill of the druids because he's kind to them and they're kind to him. But I need to know who that old man is in order to ask about him. He won't just tell me. Let's change topic. That's all I need. You step outside. Yogi is enjoying some old hay. Hear the sounds of wood coming from the armorer's workshop. Quick save. Okay, one last place I want to check out. What is Tulia doing? Right? Let's just see. Is she still alive? Oh, the pyre is gone. Look. Tulia welcomes you with a smile. Is everything alright? The camp is silent. The soldiers hold their mugs but don't even chat, lowering their heads from exhaustion. They seem exhausted. I have more questions. Go ahead. Did you ever enter the road leading through the hearts of the woods? Oh, we advise not to. We've seen these huge gates in the west, made of rocks, very tall. We've met a guard there named Quinton, maybe. Kind soul, but it's a bit slow. He almost begged us not to enter the woods, so we took a longer route. That's where all the settlements are. That's where all the settlements are, anyway. Her companion chips in. We didn't miss much. It's good we came back, because we haven't seen the giant wall yet. I see. Do you have an idea about what happened to the ruined village in the west? Nah. There were goblins around the wall, so we never went there. But I was told that the rats of the herds crushed it, maybe 10 years ago? 10 years ago? What the hell? That's a long time ago. Her companion agrees with not, especially when you consider, right? Astarion disappeared not too long ago. Maybe a couple weeks, right? And the lifespan of Roadwarden is maybe half a year, at best to a year. So, it was far before our time. Her companion agrees with a nod. To any survivors, they're surely gone by now. Maybe they moved to other settlements, or left the peninsula. Or they got caught by bandits. We've encountered bandits from the north. She says with a sad sigh. So there are other bandits in the woods after all. Her companion hits his forehead with his palm. This peninsula really hates us. We can't make a dent in its shell. Tulia puts her hands on his shoulder and looks back at you. Thanks for telling us, Roadwarden. If I survive long enough to report to someone, I'll be sure to mention it. I either say good idea, or maybe I should learn more about them first. I think we should help her a bit, right? She's down to only her and her ally. That's it. Let me learn more about them first, and I'll come back to you, Tulia. Sure. Good luck with that, the man with the bird chuckles. Thanks. You approach the barrel with water. The barrel was recently refilled by the soldiers. You fish out a few drifting insects. And it's about as helpful as it gets. I approach Tulia. Go ahead. There's nothing much to do, really. Time is almost out, and we have to figure out where to go. My voice, though, is getting tired, and I was going to call it here anyways. This seems like a good place to stop because now we have a good set of things to think about, right? We have a number of quests that we're on now, a large amount. We know what we need to do for next time, and especially, we know exactly how these lands operate. My Thrussie is absolutely gaping, drier than a motherfucker. I need to take a break. I'll be back later tonight, probably. I don't know when. It depends on when I wake up. For the new Zelda game, Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, but this is the end for Roadwarden. We still have a lot to go, and it'll be a while before we get to this. So it's good that we got as much exposition as we could out of the way now. So that next time when we're back, we simply continue our adventure and finish the quest as is. There's still a lot more to learn about the land, but I'm excited for it. Though the game is long and though the words are longer, I think the story that the game tells, the way it tells it, everything about it, it's such a complete package. So evocative, so strong, so descriptive of the things that's going on. I feel entirely immersed into the experience. And I see why this game had such good reception from various reviews that I've read about it. Sadly, this is as far as our adventure goes today. As always, thank you for watching my playthrough of Roadwarden. If you missed the first part, or if you missed the early parts of this stream, or if you want to rewatch it for whatever reason, I'm not judging. I like to rewatch videos tons. You can always find the videos and the VODs uploaded on my archive channel, which also doubles as kind of like a lightly edited channel at the moment. Links in my profile below, my Twitch profile below. If you'd like to see more edited content, keep an eye on my main channel as well. Links also in my profile below. Nothing new recently, but I tend to post things that I don't stream at all on that channel. Videos that are more heavily edited to get rid of all that downtime, get more right into the action of things. I take pride in my editing and I take pride in my work there, so please do check it out if you have the time. New videos will be out soon, and I'll be finishing some series very soon on there as well. You also find me sometimes on Twitter, where I try to keep up to date and try to update all of you on what my plans are for future streams and stuff like that, future content. I'll try to use it more often just to make sure that nobody's caught off guard, and if I'm late for any reason, you'll know there first. As always, I appreciate all viewers for coming by. You've no need to chat. You don't need to chat. If you want to, we can talk. I don't mind. I love talking to people, right? But if you simply want to lurk, if you feel shy or a bit anxious, don't feel pressured. Come, watch. I expect nothing of you. No need to follow either, though I do appreciate the follows very much so. My goal is to eventually get enough follows to where we can eventually have some custom emotes in chat and stuff. It'll be a lot more fun that way, but I don't expect you to. I'm simply appreciative of you coming here to watch me, and I hope that I put on a good enough show for you, and I apologize for the many times that I had to go BRB. Once again, thank you, Grumpy Megan, for rating me as well. Be sure to check out her channel. I'm sure she seems to play a lot of interesting games as well. I took a small look at it, so I'll be checking her out as well from time to time as well. Thank you, Narfef9 and Imam Lee for coming as well as part of the raid. I appreciate it very much so. And thank you as well, Grumpy Megan, for following me. Thank you all for watching. Very much appreciated. And I hope you have a wonderful day. Goodbye, everybody. And may your road be clear. No troubles ahead of you. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. I still have no outro. I don't know how to figure it out. What's a good outro, right? I usually just like talk and hit the stop stream button